How's it going?
So I got the.
How are you?
I
Good,
got
good.
Hey,
How you doing?
yeah, I'm
Doing
good.
good?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. Hey, how are you? Good to see you.
Is it Christmas? You're looking for a Christmas gift?
Yeah,
Are you coming to the interview for the preschool
that's
safety?
my
I'll be there.
my brainchild.
They kill a lot of trees in this organization.
Yeah.
As well. So we
Yeah.
have a.
That was
Trying to take care of you.
I never. Yeah, all this information about school classes they send. That's your job. And then he heard about it.
Yeah, I had Frank.
What is this?
What
What is this?
Tree.
Teresa safety, so I told him.
I have no idea.
Yeah, what's gonna
Is that what Teresa brought?
We're going to do it again. This is what.
when
Do you
is
have
the
it
next
for
meeting?
there too?
I know the ones.
Next week is 2
Yeah.
weeks.
Yeah. I'll be
But
around.
yeah, please come.
And we're
This-
putting it out to all of
So-
our preschool.
If you wanted to send an email to Trish Kakutka,
Yeah, she already.
she
texted
knows.
me. Yeah,
Okay,
she
good,
texted me.
good,
Yeah.
good. All right, cool.
Board meeting first.
You're a real comedian. People here today. I got you.
You want me to take this off? Put it on the floor for mine?
Is that mine?
Yeah. That's okay.
I shut my phone. I'm in trouble.
I'm gonna set everything on.
Okay, we ready? Oh, I need a pen.
I got you.
Ready, guys? Are we on? Yeah. Okay, I'd like to call to order the special board meeting of the School Board of Martin County for Tuesday, July 12th. Could we please rise for the pledge? I pledge allegiance And then we'll call roll. Mrs. Steffenthaler? Present. Mr. DiTerlizzi?
Here.
Mr. Anderson?
Here.
Mrs. Powers?
Here.
And I'm also here. Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. DiTerlizzi, a second by Mrs. Powers to approve the agenda. Any comments? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carries 5-0. The action agenda item for this is the school health proposal. Dr. Featherstone?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Dr. Millay, members of the board. Attached, we have the proposed, with two proposals of options for student school health services. If, Diane, if you could open up the very first one. So really a little historical information. Over the past 2.5, 3 years, we've been working with DOH, and then the pandemic hit, at looking at how we could recreate our model to provide additional support for our students in our schools through increased health services through RNs. If you could scroll down, Diane, a little bit. Thank you. So in conversation, and DOH is here with me, I have Carol Ann, Nick, and Dana here as well, if at any point in time you'd like to have them join me at the podium. We've been looking at what are ways that we could provide support and funding to allow us to handle all of our student health services basically on our own, excluding statutorily required screenings, as well as case management that is handled through grant funding through the Children's Services Council. So in that, we looked at what our needs would be for staff, and currently we have 2 RNs. We have an RN who is a 216-day RN. That RN services in the extended contract time, the extended school year. And then we have a 248-day RN that the board approved when we were in the middle of the pandemic. And it was recommended at that time that it would continue on as a full-time position once ARP and ESSER funds ran out. Noting that 2 nurses would not be enough to provide all of the training, to provide all of the delegations in order to do student health, we would need to increase our nursing staff. The recommendation, there's 2 different recommendations. We have 2 different proposals for the board to consider. Diane, if you don't mind scrolling down a little bit more. So originally, if you remember, when the district was partnering in the role that DOH handled all parts of student services, we moved to changing the structure. We've moved from having health assistants to having health assistant CNAs at all of our secondary schools. And then we also have changed from having health assistants in the elementary schools to having all LPNs. The licensed practical nurses provide a greater level of support and ability to provide different levels of support for students, for example, who are diabetics. And we noticed that that was an issue in elementary more than anything, as students were maybe not as equipped to handle their own diabetic needs. So we put together 2 possible proposals. Working with DOH, they have approximately $241,608 through grant funding through federal and state dollars that they could support us in this process. We also used to give DOH $101,000. So basically it's another $341,000, the 100 you've been putting out all along. With that, what that would provide is increasing 5 additional RNs. The 2 proposal 1, what you'll notice the difference between proposal 1 and proposal 2. Proposal 1 has a manager of health services, which is still an RN, and it's a 248-day position. As well, attached to this agenda item is the job description that would align with that. This position would basically oversee the RNs and the health program for the school district, and in partnership with the RN who is over school health services with DOH. They would be the program coordinators. Proposal 2 keeps it just as basically 7 RNs. The 5 RNs are 196-day employees, noting that there's 180 days of school that they would be with students. The additional 16 days would allow for record tracking, keeping up with all of the training that would need to happen, and that would be a responsibility of our staff to do the training as well for all of our RNs and doing the delegations. So staffing-wise, the difference between Proposal 1 and Proposal 2 is the 248-day RN, whether it's just an RN, which is what we currently have, or that we would opt to have a health services manager.
Thank you. So what we're looking at for the board to look at is, so right now we currently, the Martin County School District for school health pays $1,448,000. These 2 proposals would have us paying $1,477,000 or $1,473,000. The difference being whether the RN, one of the 248-day RN becomes a manager of health services. You have a job description in your packet that defines that. Both of the proposals increase the number of RNs by 4 RNs to 5 RNs, and decreases the number of LPNs from 13 down to 12. So are there any questions, or do you have a preference on? Go ahead.
I have a question. So I guess I'm trying to understand. I understand the need for the additional RNs, but I don't really understand the need for the health service manager. That's more of a managerial position, which always concerns me when we're looking at another administrative type position. What would that person do that's extra from what the person's already doing?
So Dr. Featherstone, if you can explain the difference for the 248-day person as to whether they remain an RN or if they become a health a manager of health services and how student-facing that position is, please?
So this position would still be student-facing. They would still have, of course, schools assigned to them, but they would be responsible for all of the also managerial pieces that go along with it. Supervising the other RNs, they would be an RN. They need to be an RN because we cannot run this program on 6 RNs. We need all 7 of them to take on. We have 22 school sites that we would be supporting. We don't support non-public schools as well in this process. So that nurse is a nurse, as is Dana, who is the other program coordinator for DOH. She is a nurse as well. So the nurses coordinate all of the health services for the students in the Martin County schools. They're still student-facing, they still have those responsibilities, but when we get to the contract, what you'll notice in the contract, there are deadlines that we're held accountable to for submitting data, because there's all kinds of different pieces of data that are required to be submitted to the state on DOH's piece that we're going to have to do, as well as the EAPs that will have to happen. So that person will be making sure we're meeting all of those have-tos, if that makes sense, all of the deadlines that are required to do, as well as all of the tracking of the data and information based on the students that are receiving student health services.
So I guess my question would be, I understood why it needed to be a 248 when we had a pandemic, but we're not in a pandemic right now, so I'm trying to understand why the 248 is needed to do the same work they were doing before. Well, it's not the same work because we don't have a pandemic. They would be actually doing less work in a sense because there was a lot more probably reporting that needed to be done with the pandemic. So and you also have nurses who are already certified, licensed, and why do they need somebody supervising them when they're already licensed and able to do the job? Why couldn't one of those nurses be what you said, but not make it a managerial 248 position?
So the current position is a 248
I understand
position,
that.
and we were just looking at changing it to be able to supervise other RNs.
But I still don't know that it needs to be 248, I guess is what I'm saying, because that's costing the district more money, and the person is not having to manage a pandemic at this point.
So managing the entire student health services program would require them to be year-round. We're going to be responsible for all training and delegation, and so we'll have to prepare that training and do all of the delegation, as well as managing and tracking all of the data that's required to go to the state.
So the training, what kind of training do they have to do, and how often does that training have to be updated?
It's ongoing, and as you know, anything that's after schools, any field trips, all of that's any staff member who's taking a student has to be trained. I'm going to ask Anne Marie to kind of come up here and because she can speak to the different kinds of trainings. Anne Marie is our current RN, if that's right, Mrs. Roberts.
Yeah, so let's just get something, so the difference in price between an RN at 196 and an RN, or at 216 and an RN at 248 is about $6,000. And then we're talking about the difference in price of whether they're 248 days or the 216 days, and that's,
No, they're a manager or they're just.
well, yeah, but the
it's only
difference in those two is $6,000, and it's $4,000 if they were going to become the manager of health services. So I guess the big question is, if we do not use draft proposal number 1 and do not have a manager of health services, who will do that reporting and who will fulfill that function and make sure that we meet the deadlines and don't have to pay the 1%, 3%, et cetera?
That'll fall on the coordinator of student services.
So the coordinator of student services would do that under her function of job. Okay. So did you want to hear from somebody about what training they do?
Sure.
Is that
Yes?
okay? Go ahead.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Anne Marie Lusky, and I'm the nurse currently that was hired. So I know all summer I've been working on developing the annual education as well as
Move closer to the mic.
The education we're doing now and what the nurses will be doing in the schools is child-specific education for all the teachers, the bus drivers, the cafe, administration, or CNAs. So we develop all of that education as well as the annual education that gets developed over the summer, which is what I've been working on all summer.
So let me ask you a question, Anne Marie, because as a principal, I know the trainings that were being done. So those trainings have been done for years. So you would just really probably be updating that training, and I'm trying to understand how much extra time it takes to do that.
Well, I've revamped the training to be only one day this year so that we're not taking so much staff away from that first week. I've also done more hands-on as I've been an educator before with Martin Health prior to coming here, working with making sure that they're ready to go and that they're set with their skills before they can start getting students into their schools. So I've been working on that all summer right now, is getting that information together that the DOH used to do.
So could you do that in 216 days rather than 248 is my question.
Probably not,
Why?
only because I would have to revamp and work on it every summer, as well as working on
Well, you would
all
be
of our
working
data
part
and
of
our
the summer.
information.
though. You would be working part of the summer.
For the 1 month in June. I mean, it's something I could definitely try to do, but it's something that,
So I think if we're going to go down that route, then we need to send this back to the superintendent, because the superintendent's recommendation is for draft proposal 1 and draft proposal 2, which has the staffing at these
I
levels.
just
So,
want more information about the need for it because it is spending extra taxpayer and district money.
okay.
So,
Go ahead, Mrs. Powers.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept draft proposal number 1. I think that this position supervising 29 people, and what started as our health program, probably Ms. Steffenthaler, when you were a principal, they were dealing with health assistants, not LPNs, CNAs. They weren't licensed.
Can I ask a question? You said 29 people. So
29
I thought it was
people.
7 nurses that they were supervising.
There are 11 CNAs, 1 RN at 216, 5 RNs at 196, 12 LPNs at 196.
So they're supervising all of them, doing the evaluation for all of them?
Not all of them, but they do add the piece of doing delegation. The only one that's not supervised, the CNAs are supervised currently. That would be something we can take over and supervise. But they also do delegate to 66 other individuals that basically they're putting their license on the line when they're delegating their ability to serve students for student health. And that's been, ultimately when we don't have a backup, we're also going to be needing these nurses to be covering schools. Because as you, I'm sure recall too, backups are not always easy to find. And every new backup, every time we get a new one, they have to be trained and we have to redo the delegation. So it's not like, I know Anne Marie said it's one day, but it's ongoing throughout the year. And then anybody who goes on a field trip, that training has to be done as well, specific for that child.
Well, and I think that talking to parents who have children specifically with diabetes, they're really more comfortable with a licensed medical professional giving their children their medication throughout the day. I just think it's really important. So I would, again, I make the motion to accept draft proposal number 1.
Second.
Can I just clarify? Well, go ahead. Second.
So I have a motion from Mrs. Powers, a second by Mr. Dieterlisi. More questions or discussion? Mrs. Steffenthaler.
Yeah, I can tell you don't like me asking the questions, but my question is,
Excuse me?
it looked like you didn't like me asking the question because of the way you reacted to me, so I'm just...
I'm sorry, I apologize for that. I was just looking down to make sure that I wrote down who made the motion and who made the second.
Anyway,
So-
my question is, I'm not saying we shouldn't have the RNs, LPNs, we need to have licensed people. My question is more about the health service manager and the need for that. So that, I just wanted to clarify that before you took a vote.
Okay, so can you answer the question that she has then, please?
May I add, so you remember when we hired Kate McCormick as the mental health? So this is a very similar position. So you need somebody who's experienced in that role of supervising other nurses, and that's what we're looking for. Otherwise, currently, it's going to go right back to Ms. Villock managing them, and that is not her area of expertise.
How many people does Kate supervise?
All of the school social service
Evaluate.
workers,
How many people is that approximately?
9.
Oh,
So for $4,000 more, that's a bargain to have that position in place to supervise those medical professionals and also taking the chance with their own professional license. So
If I can say,
Sure, Mr. Anderson.
so I kind of see where Ms. Steffenthaler is coming from, because as a board member, it's no secret. The heat is on us about the money needs to go to the teachers. Anybody in here know that I'm an advocate for teachers? Okay, if you don't know that, then I don't know where you've been. But here's what I'll say. Sadly, we have come to a place in time in our schools that health and safety is synonymous with academics. And we need these people. We need them. And we can't win because I know, like I said, we're under the microscope. Oh, you got to be prudent with the dollars. Well, I know that. That's what we're trying to do. You know how much money we got to spend for safety? But it's the nature of it. Health is a big thing too. And just because I agree, during the virus, there was more to be done. But I knew from the jump, working at a school, you could never have enough, we never really had enough nurses or certified people. So, I mean, that was just, we were always lagging behind. It's just now we're just trying to pick up the pace. So, yes, I know that we're taking the hit about the money needs to go for the teachers, and you know I'm all for the teachers, but I'm not going to sit here and sacrifice other needs as well, okay? All of this needs to run together, and we're going to take care of the teachers, but this needs to be done too. Why let this fall on the hands of the coordinator? She has enough to do as it is. And I think for the dollars that we're spending, it makes more sense. Now, that's just the way I feel.
Mr. Anderson, can I just clarify something?
Sure.
So I'm not saying we don't need the health care providers. My question really had to do with the need for a healthcare manager, because that person's already a nurse, and so we're then taking someone who could be helping students in a nursing way, and now we're putting them in a managerial position. But I just wanted to clarify.
Well, I think the manager's job is what we're saying is going to fall back on the coordinator. And I think if she's a nurse, then you could probably do a dual role if you have to. Somebody's out. I think they should be sensible enough to get the most bang for your buck. I would hope so anyway.
It's in the job description.
Dr. Featherstone, you mentioned that this nurse manager will still be student-facing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And working with students in schools.
All of the RNs would be delineated across based on needs of schools, as we all know that there's a greater need in a lot of our elementary schools because, as you stated, the diabetic need. What we have saved by going to LPNs as well, they can act on what the doctor has prescribed for the student, where our CNAs cannot. So that becomes where we had to use to previously spend money on VNA. So we've really transitioned to try and be able to take care of most of the things we're doing. They'll all have school sites. It'll be determined once we hire everybody. You know, we're waiting to move forward once the board approves a possible proposal.
Any additional questions? Anybody? So I have a motion by Mrs. Powers, a second by Mr. DiTerlizzi to approve Proposal 1. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
That passes 4-1 with Mrs. Steffenthaler dissenting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we start open to the public, I know that there's been a lot of talk about the millage, and I'd like to give some information before we hear those things and perhaps clear some things up. So there's been a lot of emails, a lot of interest, a lot of posts on social media. So there's a few things I wanted to say. First of all, this is not discussing the November 18th approved sales tax money for capital. The sales tax is what is paid for capital, which is the thing that is funding the 2 replacement schools. So that if you're one of the people who has sent an email or has posted on social media about Jensen Beach Elementary or our schools, the facilities not being completed or the money from those not going to the correct piece, that's all the sales tax piece. In August of 2018, the voters approved $500,000 for operating expenses in 5 categories. Those categories are school safety and security, mental health programs, recruiting and retaining teachers, professional development for all of staff, and academic initiatives. A huge component of that millage was to address teacher salaries and our regional labor market. As you may know, St. Lucie County is twice as big as we are to the north, and Palm Beach County is 10 times as big as we are to the south. So they both have economies of scale that put them in a situation where with a normal budget that they can pay more for teacher salaries than we're able to pay. So in 2018, we did an analysis and comparison, comparing our teacher salaries to regional teacher salaries, and we found the gap to be $9 million. To give you an example, what that means is that if Mrs. Powers was a teacher with 10 years of experience making X number of dollars, if she left and went to St. Lucie County, how much was the difference that she would make going to St. Lucie County. We did that, added up those numbers, and found out that the gap was $9 million. Additionally, the referendum added school resource officers or sheriff's deputies, mental health, professional development, which included taking our health clinics and licensing those staff up to certified nursing assistants, and academic initiatives. And the most recent one you might be familiar with is the full ELA adoption for the new standards. The governor has promoted, and we have now new BEST standards, and those standards that we have now required new books. The money that is allocated for those books was not sufficient to buy a book for every student, so we used money from the millage under one of those 5 categories, the academic initiatives, to be able to do the full ELA adoption. The half mil each year for the last 4 years created $12 million that went straight from our taxpayers to the Martin County School District. $9 million was designated by the board to go specifically to teachers. That equated to 77.43%. Once that number was designated, the union specified who got what, and the board signed off on it. We were concerned about accountability, so we created an oversight committee that would track the expenditures and be sure that the expenditures were going into the buckets that were designated. Remember those 5 buckets: safety and school safety and security, mental health programs, recruiting and retaining teachers, professional development, and academic initiatives. We also posted monthly the list of expenditures and put that on each board meeting, on each of our regular board meetings over the last 4 years. That's been posted. You can find that through board docs or on our website. As we said in 2018, as we went around to various forums and gave informational talks to explain to the community what the need was and why we needed to do this, teacher pay is larger than a local issue. It was something that needed to be addressed by Tallahassee. We could do this, we could come up with some money to try to address this issue, but by and large, it's something that needed to be addressed statewide. Thankfully, the governor stepped up, addressed the salary schedules with some state funds to the tune of about $4 million. He did not completely eliminate our gap of $9 million, but he put $4 million, actual numbers 3.9, but he put $4 million up to it. We are thankful to the governor and our legislature for addressing our $9 million problem and coming up with a manner in which to address it. Now let's fast forward to this year, 2022. Since the beginning of this year, this 5-member board has worked diligently regarding addressing a reauthorization of the millage referendum funding. There are 2 differences with the language that is going on the referendum this time. That language was approved by the board, it was approved by the Martin County Commission, and now sits on the sample ballot that's going to be voted for by the voters in Martin County in August. The 2 differences were, first one was changing the strict half mil to up to half a mil. We added the up to language to account for federal grant pandemic money and to be sensitive to taxpayers for their property tax bill. So it still allows us to collect or to designate that we want half a mil, but from year to year, if the millage is approved or reauthorized, every year for the next 4 years, we will be able to, as we create our budget for the next year, come up and designate what that millage number needs to be, up to half a mil. The second thing we did, we reclassified the money that was going to ASCME. The ASCME bargaining unit is our cafeteria workers, our bus drivers, our custodians, which before was listed under academic initiatives. We felt that it was more clear. We received a correspondence from our oversight committee that suggested that we replace that, rename that, and make that more clear to people who are looking at the reports. So we renamed that, we moved it to the recruiting and retaining category, category 3, and we changed that language a little, tweaked that language a little bit so that that was more clear that it was salary pieces. Just like in 2018, the board solicited suggestions for the enhancements and the use of referendum millage money. Just like in 2018, we held a workshop, which happened last month, in order to classify all the suggestions and go through all those suggestions and discuss them. So we took those suggestions. Some of them were things that were already happening, that the person who made the suggestion might not have realized it was happening. Other things were things that, you may have 3 suggestions that were really looking at the same thing. So we put those things together. The board looked at those. Just like in 2018, we doubled back and did the math on the regional labor market. We specifically looked at the gap in salaries between Martin County and St. Lucie County. We looked at, as an example, if Mr. Anderson was a teacher here in Martin County making X number of dollars, with his years of experience, if he went to St. Lucie County, how much more would he be paid? Then we took those numbers, added all those numbers together to see what the regional labor gap was. That number came in about $6 million. Just like in 2018, this board intends to clarify for voters what the money will be used for so that when they go to the ballot in August, they will know. You may or may not know that in Martin County, the school board has at least 2 times before gone to the voters and asked them if they would be interested in funding additional money to support the operational budget. Both times those votes failed. One of the reasons I believe that it failed was because there wasn't a lot of clarity or detail in that information that was given to the voters. It just said things like $500,000 for essential needs. And as we all know, being in Martin County with an engaged public, that our public likes to know exactly what the dollars are going to and exactly what the intent is. So the intent is, just like in 2018, that the board will discuss, will come up with, and will say, this money will go for this, whether it's additional deputies, whether it's high school guidance counselors, whatever it is, this is what it is, so that a voter who can look at it can say, oh, if I vote for this, this is where the money will go. So now let's talk about where we are now. In the process that we did at the June workshop, the board has identified and calculated approximately $3 million in suggestions that were given by taxpayers, given by employees, and given by people in Martin County. Those include campus security, continuing the sheriff's deputies, intervention in mental health professionals at schools, professional development for our employees, and additional electives to try to address what students are interested in and give them a larger incentive to be engaged at school. We also did not include items that were being funded now from federal grant money. So for example, the graduation coaches that we have in place now are being funded from federal grant money. So we didn't want to double dip and say, oh, we need that money to come from the millage. We wanted to be able to give clarity to the taxpayers to say that's being funded by the federal grant money, so we don't need that here. So we also wanted to increase the $1 million that was previously allocated to ASKME. Remember, ASKME is the bus drivers, the custodians, the lunch ladies, the paraprofessionals who are the classroom helpers. And the board at their June meeting was looking at a number somewhere in the $3 million range instead of the $1 million range. We want to continue to meet and to fill that regional labor market gap. Recall that this was a $9 million issue back in 2018. The governor has given us about $4 million, 3.9, which means that we still have a gap of about $5 million. Understand that we need to address all teachers, and we're looking at increasing that. And based on our discussion in June, the discussion in June had us somewhere in the $6 million range as to what we were looking at there. I'd like to apologize on behalf of the board for any miscommunications, for any social media frenzy, whether it be about Jensen Beach Elementary, whether it be about how the funds were used, whether there's a $3 million number floating around that I'm not even sure where that number came from, that the board doesn't understand or appreciate teachers, that we're trying to take money out of somebody's pocket. I assure you that we understand and we appreciate the value and need for a fair wage that reflects the worth of our teachers. So that being said, we're going to move to public comment. Amy Pritchett. Or not. Leslie Redinger, who will be followed by Catherine Spohr.
Good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
My name is Leslie Redinger. I am a teacher at Bessie Creek Elementary, and I am the face of a teacher who is currently not being paid what my value is. I have 2 master's degrees. I have been teaching for 18 years. I am currently not even making what I made 13 years ago when I left another state. I'm still not even making what I made there, here in the state of Florida, which has a gross profit or a surplus of $22 billion, way beyond the poor state that I moved from. So yes, I am trying to understand budget allocations, but I cannot pay to live in this county. My rent was just raised $550. And that is at a corporate-owned, large apartment complex. That goes without saying what groceries have done, what gas has done. And yet, I was at the negotiation last Thursday. I sat in a chair from 10:30 in the morning until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, waiting while the team of negotiators caucused with the school board, and it was declined. The proposal was declined by the school board with no opening as to what could possibly be changed or improved upon. We are going back to negotiation one more time on Wednesday, tomorrow at 2 p.m. This is what not getting paid enough looks like. And the level of frustration, anger, and stress is immense. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Leslie. Catherine Spohr followed by Michelle Shincario.
Hi, my name is Catherine Spohr. I'm a kindergarten teacher at Citrus Grove Elementary, and I wrote you all an email last night. I actually spent quite some time wording it, so I'm not going to read it, but part of it I do want to read because I think people need to hear it. People buy homes specifically in Martin County for the schools their children attend. Frankly, we have lost too many teachers to surrounding counties, even Okeechobee County. When people are telling me that they want to go to Okeechobee County to work, I'm disheartened because I love where I work. I love my school, and I really hate to see my colleagues leave. It's disheartening. Those counties are not changing their millage rate. They're not changing how much they're allocating teachers. They're not. Frankly, I chose, this is kind of a shocker. Most people don't realize this, that I chose specifically to come to Martin County instead of teach in Palm Beach County. And I chose this 6 years ago because I wanted to teach, live, and serve my community all in the same place. I love attending my students' dance recitals and baseball games. I still choose to be a teacher because I like making a difference in my students' lives. The most valuable resource in our district are the people who work here. I, like Leslie, have a master's degree. I scored in the top 95 percentile on a national teacher exam. I'm highly qualified. I love my job, I love my school, but I have colleagues who are single teachers, and they have children, and they cannot survive on what you're paying them. I can because I'm married. If I was not married, I could not own a home with my husband and live in my county. Rent for a one-bedroom, one-bath apartment in Martin County is running at $1,800 a month. That leaves very little left for groceries after paying utilities, car payments, student loans, and gas. This was the very first year I have ever taken a second job in addition to teaching. I have never wanted to do this. I have always devoted as much of my outside time besides to my husband. I don't have children. I spend a lot of time not only working late, but spending time for my students and going to their events because it makes a difference in their lives. But unfortunately, in order to be able to afford the increase in overall inflation, I now spend my Saturdays working instead of going to baseball games and dance recitals for my students. In the end, not paying teachers what they are worth ends up hurting students when there aren't any teachers to hire. The Martin County High Algebra Department is the perfect storm example of this. Please reconsider your decision regarding the millage. Even keeping it at a $500,000, while I am a property taxpayer and I hate paying taxes, I don't mind paying taxes when I know what it's going to. It's going to a good thing. Frankly, as a homesteaded taxpayer, I'm actually not getting a huge rise in my taxes. It's the people who are having second vacation homes, or people who are very wealthy, living on one of the most really wealthy places in America that is right next door to where we live. Those people are going to be paying more, not necessarily me, because I'm homesteaded my taxes. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much. Michelle, followed by Candace Morgister.
Good afternoon, school board, Dr. Blay. My name is Michelle Shinkariel, and I have two students that have been brought up through the Martin County school system. One is in college now, and one will be graduating from this school this coming year. We moved here 20 years ago for the schools, and I see some of their fabulous educators right here in the room, and I thank them because they were amazing to us. And what I see happening in this community is breaking my heart. What I see teachers going through personally, trying to pay rent, single parents, double jobs, 3 jobs, working hard to still stay and keep a job in our schools. I have a teacher friend that has a child with a life-threatening disease. She has to go to the black market to buy his medication because she can't afford it. That's disgraceful. How can we do this? I have another friend that told me she wouldn't be a teacher if she wasn't married because she couldn't afford it. We could do better. We need to do better. And I know these teachers are amazing. They're kind, they're courteous, they're respectful. They work hard for our kids. They're highly educated. They come to work every day and they have to deal with so much. And I work in a corporate environment. I can tell you, corporate America is ripe for new talent. And we would gladly recruit our teachers because they would make great workers. I don't want to see that happen. I want to see them get paid a fair wage, above a fair wage. I want to see them continue in our district. I want to see all the people moving here or have kids starting in kindergarten like I did 20 years ago go through our school system and feel proud about it and know that our teachers are here because they want to be, because they're paid fairly. So I hope as a parent representing those in the room that you hear me and that we're able to do something as a community. I'd hate to see any more be lost. Thank you.
Thank you. Candace, followed by Susan Rayo.
My name is Candace Morgister. I teach science at Anderson Middle. I have been a master's educated teacher in Martin County for 5 years. I make little more than $50,000 a year, and I have 30 years experience. I took a pay cut by almost half, to work in Florida in Martin County. And in those 5 years, I have never received a raise, a real raise, not a bonus, not a stipend, not a cost of living raise, or even a milk money raise. I understand you laugh about negotiations being on what, session 2272? I don't know anymore. I understand that you laugh and joke that we work all year without a contract. And now we're about to start another school year without a contract. And someone from district made fun of the union president's dollar store glasses. Shame on you. How do you say we don't want to compensate our teachers and then further deny them what your constituents want? What the constituents originally voted on? We are your teachers. We are your front line. Treat us with the dignity and respect we deserve. It's like we teach our students. Just because you can be a bully doesn't mean you should.
Susan, followed by Janet Pace.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Millay. I'm Susan Rayo. I've been teaching in Martin County since 2006. That makes me one of those teachers in the middle. We are the teachers that were hired just in time for step freezes, then the elimination of the step raises, so no pay raises for experience. Then along came merit pay, but we had already earned our professional service contracts, so we would never get the highest merit raise unless we gave up that for an annual contract. I don't believe in giving up something that's earned. I won't do it to my students, and I won't do it myself. So I must accept that I will never get the highest raise for my work. And during my years of service, there were some merit raises. And then there were years of, just take one bonus this time, and next year we'll make it up to you. Well, those next years never came. So we have a system that is set up for us to gain plenty of experience with little compensation to show for it. But if that's not enough, along comes the governor's money. Big raise for starting salaries. Once again, the teachers in the middle were left out. Now you're thinking, well, that's the state, we can't control that. But there are things that you can control. Other districts have found ways to take care of all of their teachers. The MCEA has proposed ways to take care of all of our teachers. Instead, we find ourselves in a position where a 15-year teacher owns a few $100s more than a brand new teacher. $800 more. That works out to about $30 a paycheck. Maybe a half a tank of gas right now. When I began teaching in Martin County, I felt like I hit the jackpot. There's no more important work than to take part in the learning and growth of our children, and I've embraced the importance of this job every step of the way. I continue to share this passion with fellow teachers through facilitating professional development and mentoring new teachers, because there is value in my experience. Tomorrow is our 21st bargaining session for the 21-22 school year. 21 sessions. Up until session 19, you offered only a bonus. I'm baffled that you would consider another bonus to be acceptable compensation for your teachers. After the difficulties of the last 3 years, and at a time when everyone is struggling to make ends meet, several teachers may see no increase or possibly a decrease because of our funny math and an overpayment mistake. And now it seems about you're going to reduce the millage payout to teachers because some, not all, got a big raise from the governor's money. I hope that your new allocation plan doesn't take away from veteran teachers again. I'm not here to talk about how difficult it is to pay rent and groceries in Martin County on a Martin County teacher's salary because you're already aware that your employees can't live on their pay. I'm here because I value the work that each one of us in our schools does every day for our students. And as I sat through this year's 20 bargaining sessions, it dawned on me. My employer does not value the work that I do as much as I value the work that I do.
Janet Pace, followed by Bill Smithson.
Good afternoon, Dr. Millay, Madam Chairperson, and members of the board. My name is Janet Pace. I'm a veteran teacher, 23 years experience, and I'm at Murray. 4 years ago, my family relocated to Florida from Texas due to my husband's job. We chose to live in Martin County because of the quality of schools for both me and our children. The relocation meant a $15,000 pay cut for me. The millage cut that difference in half. During my time here in Martin County, I have learned that this community pays lip service to its teachers. Just last week, many of us received text messages and saw social media posts from the district highlighting the achievements of a number of schools in the district. This week, we're here because our salaries are at risk of either remaining the same or being reduced. How is this possible? Katy Independent School District, a suburb of Houston, has this posted on their website. Katy ISD's trustees unanimously voted to approve midpoint pay grade increases of 5% for all district classroom teachers and hourly employees, and 3% for all Katy ISD employees for the 22-23 school year. Classroom teachers specifically will see an increase of $3,600, while the starting pay for a new teacher will be $60,700, one of the highest starting teacher salaries in the Houston area. Lance Redmond, Katy ISD Board Vice President, says, "As a board, it is a priority to invest in our hardworking staff and maintain competitive salaries to attract and retain high-quality employees. Our employees have demonstrated an inspiring resilience over the last 2 years and consistently ensure that our students have access to resources and opportunities for success. This district is in danger of losing the best and brightest of its teachers to other districts or from the profession. Imagine what a morale booster it would be to have a statement like this from the Martin County School District." Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bill Smithson, followed by Matt Sexton.
Dr. Millay, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm here for a couple of issues, but let me get this one out. I didn't have enough room to put on there. I am going to address some of my concerns about the LGBTQ plan. The last I heard, that was under review by legal, and I want to know if there, before the school term starts in less than a month, what are some of the guidelines? I am reading some pretty intense stuff, what other school districts are doing or what's being said. One that leaked out to the Orlando Sentinel from the Orange County School District, which I worked my first 3 years as a sub there, telling the teachers that in order to play it safe, they probably should be taking off their safe play stickers from the classroom doors, not to wear anything with a rainbow, shirt, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. In, I believe it's Leon County, they already put out their guidelines. And they stated, and I couldn't believe what I was reading, that if there's a field trip, a school trip, all right, any student that may be offended or against their religious or whatever views, to have a LGBTQ person amongst them on that trip, that they got to notify the parents to see if it's acceptable, or they have to make accommodations. My goodness, accommodations need to be made for the majority LGBTQ person, but it's written right in there. I read it. So I just want to know before school starts, are we going to see the plan that's supposedly under review? Are there any additional guidelines that you plan on giving the teachers? And then it gets down to my next point. I'm also here to support the teachers here in Martin County. I've been a sub 8 years now, and I've worked with some of the most dedicated and professional teachers I've ever met. I've also witnessed over the last 8 years, I worked in many schools. I don't do elementary, I'm just too old for those young kids, but at the middle and the high school, I've gotten to know a lot of good dedicated teachers. I see what they take out of their own pockets to make their classrooms very inviting for their students, treats, for rewards, all this out of their own pockets, and on the salaries they make, I just think, first of all, it's admirable, and for as rich as this one, I think we're in the top tier of the wealthiest counties. Maybe we need to benchmark what other either county commissioners or school boards do to get the funds that they need. And I'm going to tell you about one couple. They worked at Stewart Middle. One was a math teacher, the other was a science teacher. They couldn't afford to buy a house here, and they wanted to start a family. This was right around the time that I believe Principal Jared and Moody was during that transition. All right, they wound up leaving. All right, they went to Kentucky and got an automatic $10,000 each pay raise, better benefits, more perks. So what, I mean, this is Kentucky. I mean, let's face it, I think that we can do better here. Probably some of you already know by who this couple might be, but I'm not going to mention their names, but take it from me. They had to wind up leaving. They now have a home. They haven't got a kid yet, but they're trying. But my point is that these teachers work so hard. We got to do better. We got to find a way to get that money, secure the money to keep them, because I've seen in the last 8 years so many good teachers leave this county and going into corporate, going into other states, those that can afford to do that. All right. And I just want to say we need to do a better job. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Sexton, followed by Sharon Lindsay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson, members of the board, Superintendent Millay. Can you all hear me? All right. I noticed I was having trouble hearing some of the other folks in the back, so for whoever comes next, just encourage you to speak into the mic loudly if you can. I'll try to do the same. Matt Sexton, I'm a resident taxpayer in Martin County. Lived here since 2010. I'm not a teacher, but I have 3 children who the first graduated last 2 years ago, is going to be a sophomore at University of Florida. She was the student rep for the school board a couple years back, Shelby Sexton. And then I have 2 children currently at Jensen Beach High School. And we moved up from Palm Beach County in 2010 because Martin County had great schools. That's why. And it's really been hard for me because I've just watched the quality of education in this county erode as my kids have gone through schools. I've seen teachers, great teachers, leave. It's very sad. We still have some amazing teachers. A lot of you are in this room. I'm not a teacher, but I care. I pay taxes. I'll pay more taxes. I want to see this school system not struggle to keep up with St. Lucie County. I mean, please, that's sad. We need to be way better than St. Lucie County. We're among the bottom 5 in the country in terms of average teacher salary pay. That's disgusting. That's just a failure. And you can't lean on the governor in Tallahassee. That's just a half-broken crutch. I mean, they've raised the starting salary for teachers. Yeah, that's a good start, and it'll help, and maybe that'll bring some folks in. But that's not enough. Teachers who've been here for 5, 10, 15, 20 years, they're making, what, a couple $100s more than they were when they started? It's just not good enough. And so to propose cutting back from the millage, I mean, I voted for the millage to pay teachers and staff. And if you take away from that, I'm not going to vote for it. Among the bottom nationally. I mean, that's try and keep up with St. Lucie County. Come on, we can do better. Education is an investment. It's not an expense, and I know you all know that. I know you all care. You wouldn't be here if you didn't. But I know you all want to do better, and we've got limited resources to do it. But these teachers have been cut out for way too long. And I just couldn't sit back and keep watching it and hearing about it. So I sent you all emails. You got them. I'm not reading it into the record. I've said most of the points, and other people have made some of these points. Today I'll try not to repeat them. But, I mean, we need to make teaching in Martin County something that brings in great teachers and keeps these great teachers. We've already lost some, but there's so many great people here. We need to do better. I think that's it, but just don't cut back these teachers anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Lindsay. Followed by Heather Rogers.
Hello, can everybody hear me? Good afternoon, Mr. Millay, Madam Chair, board members, and the audience. As you could see, as I was typing, I wasn't planning on speaking today, but it was something had to be said. My name is Sharon Lindsay. I've lived in Martin County since 2004, and I've worked in Martin County since 2003. I have a 7th grader at Anderson Middle School. I'm the immediate past president of our school's PTSA, and I'll tell you, this is my first school board meeting. That's how important this issue is to me. I make time for what's important. I have a question before I get into my comments, because I can't remember what you, Madam Chairperson, said. When you compared our teacher pay to St. Lucie County's pay, there was a $6 or a $9 million difference? Is one of those numbers right?
So normally we just hear from you, but I will clarify that. So initially, in 2018, it was a $9 million difference. When we did it just a couple months ago, it's $6 million. Correct.
One follow-up question, and that was to bring us even to Port St. Lucie? Or St. Lucie County, excuse me?
So as I explained, what that would do is, if you were a teacher who had, say, 12 years of experience, whatever your pay is right now, it would show what the gap is if you left us and went in a regional labor market to St. Lucie County, what the pay is there. Is that?
So that is to bring us equal to what, okay. So my question, I thank you, Madam Chairperson, for going outside the rules and answering my question. But your answers, the first thing I'm thinking is, why are we planning to be equal to our competition? Why are we planning to treasure our teachers and have a goal to pay them and the school staff what they're worth? Let's give them a huge incentive, and this millage isn't a huge incentive, but it's a starting point, so that we can retain our existing teachers and attract new teachers. And this is going to be the county, the greatest teachers are going to want to stay in and going to want to come in because they know we value our educational staff. I think if we invest in our teachers, we're going to really reap the rewards. Let's have a concentration, perhaps an alternative on fundraising. I know we have the school foundation, but perhaps something can be done there to raise some additional money so you don't have to consider things like what you're considering today. The teachers work so hard, it's definitely not the time to penalize them. We all know and can only imagine what each of them went through over the last few years with COVID and teaching remotely, and then teaching partly remotely and partly in class, and we know all of this, so I'm not going to go into that. But this is not the time to say, hey, great job, but now we're going to take this away from you. And no matter how you phrase it, Madam Chairperson and board members, it is going to be viewed as you are taking something away from them. And something that once it's taken away, most people think, hey, I'm probably not going to get that back. So I want to say one more thing. We've seen other countries in the world who have amazing educational systems. They invest in their teachers, they invest in their schools. I don't have all the details in front of me, but their graduation rates, I think we've all heard what they look like, and their school performance rates are out of this world. So let's mimic these countries that are succeeding and not talk about what we can take away from our teachers, but figure out ways that we can get them more. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Rogers, followed by Monica Cantor.
Good afternoon. The last 3 years, it has become painfully obvious that our public education is circling the drain. I have watched vote after vote where board members continue to vote against children, despite serving on a public school board. I have watched my children and their friends have countless substitutes, teachers quitting in the middle of the year, as well as them being sent to a packed classroom due to no coverage. Why can't we support them with the millage the way we did in 2018? Are we not mortified that St. Lucie County, Palm Beach County, and Dade County has outscored us? The charter has outscored Citrus Grove. 2 of the 3 gifted clustered are C-rated. Why aren't you speaking to the community in favor of the millage? It is a simple A-rated school increase. It is so simple. A-rated schools increase property values and families' desire to stay here. I have a few questions. How many teachers have seen an increase in their pay from the governor? How many teachers have lost money from the raise from the governor? How many teachers aren't making the governor's recommended salary of $47,000 and some change? How much money would teachers lose without the millage money supporting them? Is there a law passed by DeSantis that the board members aren't actively out educating the public? Can the teachers have a no confidence vote in this board? Has the board looked into why staff, teachers, and administrators aren't returning? How large of a deficit do we have when it comes to not having certified teachers in the room? The governor's politics shouldn't be impacting children, and every time you side with them, that's another strike against our kids, staff, teachers, and administrators. I look forward to hearing back from all of you, especially my board representative.
Monica, followed by whoever lives on San Carlo. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. I'm Monica Cantor. I live here locally, and my kids go to Pinewood Elementary. I have one. I'll have one in 2 years coming up. And we moved here almost 7 years ago because Palm Beach County gave us such a great education. I grew up in the system there. I believe in the public school system. It hurts my heart to see these charter schools being defunding our public schools. And so I've been watching you guys intently the last year. My child's been in kindergarten, and I'm really concerned about where it's going. And I feel most passionately about someone on this board overriding and speaking over the rest of the board members who have questions and concerns that are representing us, the people. And that is the most disheartening thing for me, is it feels like it's really hard to follow her because she spoke exactly what I wanted to say. The governor is not here looking at our people and seeing our children and seeing the substitutes. You guys see us and our children, and that you are supposed to be representing our face. And I feel like we keep getting bulldozed over with politics when all we want is a good education for our children. And we hope that you can see that that's coming from our teachers and you guys paying them so that they're not having to buy food out of their own pockets. They're not having to do things for these children, that they should be getting enough money so that they don't have to leave our county and go to. My sister, for instance, she lives here. She's lived here for like 30 years, 20 years, and she can't even work here. You guys are sending our good teachers and our good SLPs to other counties, and it's really disheartening. So as a plain old parent and a mom, I'm very concerned, and I'm watching you guys very intently and very concerned about what's going to be happening here in the next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Andy? Oh, Andy. Oh, okay, sorry.
No, that's fine. He was rushing me. I said he didn't have enough time. Good evening. I'm Andy McAvoy. I'm with the Martin County all over. I do a lot of nonprofits. I can't say where I'm from because I'm representing as a parent, not the group that I'm with. So I wanted to bring forward a couple of things that I've learned being in Martin County and also being a very involved parent in Martin County. I've seen a lot of you at different events. I've been around for a long time. I've come and spoke at different school board meetings. Years ago when this first started, the millage first started, you had told us that if the millage didn't get passed, we didn't get 2 brand new schools, we didn't get security for our kids, and we didn't, what was the other thing? Raises, sorry. Thank you. So the basics of what's happening. With this millage, you put us as a taxpayer in a rock and a hard place. You're telling us that if this millage doesn't pass, our teachers are now no longer getting paid and will no longer get paid after this millage expires. So as a parent who you're not being very transparent with, and I'm involved, like I am involved in what is happening in Martin County, and I don't know a lot of that's going on. We had a meeting this morning with districts, and we're asking a bunch of questions because all we're hearing is off of Facebook and word of mouth and from our poor teachers and our poor administration and poor staff members that are working, and they're hearing from hearsay. It's very important to us that you know that the only reason why that millage was passed was because you had parent support. You had teacher support. You had our support behind you. This time you do not. And the only reason why it will pass, if it does pass, in my opinion, is because of the teacher salary. So whatever you put in there, whatever you're not telling us that you're putting in there will pass. But if you don't have our support, this millage won't pass. And that's only going to hinder our teachers and our staff moving forward. That's going to affect our kids. If you look at the statistics as far as parents who are involved in schools and, the community outreach of the top tier schools, the A and B schools, those are the parents that you need to get involved. And I think that it's very important that you remember that moving forward. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Joan Rains, followed by Michael Florio.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Joan Rains, and I've lived in Martin County my entire life. I was born and raised. I went to Pinewood, Hidden Oaks. I graduated from Martin County in 2003. My husband graduated from Martin County High School in 1992. When we got married and had kids, we decided that Martin County was going to be, we were going to stay here no matter what. And so far, that's what we've been able to do. I normally don't attend these meetings. I normally just sit back at home and watch it on live because I don't have much of a filter. So it's safer for me to stay away. However, Jesus Christ on a cracker, I don't understand how this got so bad. And I don't understand how the teachers could be so bad off. I mean, I give thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to the school every single year to do everything that I can, and I feel like it's absolutely nothing when I see them waiting at Elevate Hope to get food because they can't afford to put food on the table, or they can't afford to pay their bills, or they're crying at Christmas time because they work at the school 50, 60 hours a week and they can't afford to get their kid Christmas presents. Like, it's just so awful. I'm afraid that by winter break, we won't even have enough teachers to come back from it. And it's not only our teachers. We have the most amazing staff in Martin County. I've been on the PTA board for 11 years since my oldest was in elementary school. We have front office staff, paras, the custodians, everybody. We have the most amazing SROs at all of our schools that are building this amazing relationship between the kids and law enforcement. And I feel like none of them are, it's like nobody cares. It's just they're there, they're doing their job, and they go home and that's it. But without them, our kids are screwed, we're all screwed, and I don't ever see anybody out. I mean, I've lived here my entire life. I have never seen any of you out other than being at a school saying something, but like out in the community, like pushing for all these great, amazing things and pushing for the millage and wanting to do stuff. If you're not at a specific event, you're not out. I don't ever see it. And so it's like, I don't feel like the teachers have the support. So, I mean, I know there's always more than one way to skin a cat. So I'm hoping that you figure out a way that the teachers can not only keep their pay, but they absolutely need a raise, because I sat in those classrooms for a very short period of time when I lost my mind and thought I wanted to be a teacher, and they don't make enough money. And I don't know that any of you have sat in with these kids lately, but they're awful. And the teachers deserve so much more, and I feel like they're so disrespectful. It's crazy. And it starts with you guys. And I feel like if you guys put more of an effort towards respecting our teachers and giving them what they deserve, then maybe we can get more than 10 parents in an 800 student school to come to events and to come to meetings and do stuff and support all of our kids and everybody, because that's what we're all there for. So hopefully we get this all figured out, because I would hate to see, I mean, it's been 36 years I've been here, and I would hate to see what this could become in the next 5 years when we don't have any teachers and they're all in Palm Beach County. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Florio, followed by Michelle Talixon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay, I gotta be pretty close. Hello? Yes. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. Again, my name is Mike Florio. I just want to echo all the sentiments I've heard here today. I respect the teachers in this district. I've been in this county a long time. Back in the day when I walked the halls of this school, when Wanda Yarborough was principal, when Mr. Novinsky was superintendent, followed by Mr. Brogan. This district for, frankly, a very long time has been the shining star of the Treasure Coast. A lot of people have looked to us. I have family members who moved here in the early 80s who called the Florida Department of Education and asked where in Florida, from New York State, living in New York State at the time, said, where would I move in Florida where that has a great district? And people in the Department of Education at that time said Martin County. And that's how a lot of my family actually started moving here, was based on recommendations of education from DOE 35 plus years ago. I don't know if those same recommendations would be made today if someone called and asked those questions, and that's not a slight against the district, but it's obvious that we're losing our grip here. We're not where we were. It's not that people aren't working hard. People are definitely working hard. They're putting in their effort. I respect each of you as members of this board who definitely, I think, believe 100% care about the district, care about students, care about the residents here. But there's something that's changing. We know society's changing. There's a lot we can't control, and the problems with teachers are in many districts. But there's a level of competitiveness that we have to maintain. And I think just on its face, when you learn about that we're now in collective bargaining session unit number 21, that doesn't really sound like there's a collaborative effort there to try to come to terms with the education staff that really run this district and make it what it is. I feel that there's too many situations increasingly where children are being left to substitute teachers. There are not staff that are there all year long. We continue to lose teachers in this district at an alarming rate, and we really need to do something about it. I will say, as a person who has a finance background in numbers and who's been in that field for a long time, I completely disagree with any statements that economies of scale are why we can't do what we need to do in this district versus other districts. Yes, St. Lucie County is twice our size. Palm Beach County is 10 times our size. I understand that, but again, going back to eons ago, this was also a much smaller county with much smaller staff and resources, but yet somehow we were the model in education. And that was, I think, also a time when there was a much greater collaboration and support of teaching staff and teachers and between teaching and staff at that time, and we need to really get back to that. I understand all the things that people are dealing with. Teachers are on the front line every day. They deal with a lot. They're asked to deal with a lot. I think support over the years has waned. We know that children come with increasing challenges each subsequent year, but we have to regain our grip here. And I would ask that the board, as you go through your budget cycle here and into next school year, find ways to regain control and show the teachers and staff in this district the support and respect that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Talixon.
Good afternoon. Please pardon my attire. I was not planning on speaking.
But like many, hearing these fabulous educators and their stories, I feel compelled. I have a soon-to-be third grader she's in Pinewood Elementary, and has just had the best education there thus far. I am a speech-language pathologist, and I work in Palm Beach County because the salaries in Martin County don't justify working here, and I hate to say that, but all of these wonderful educators, I mean, I have a 40-minute commute to work, and it's still, even with the rising gas prices, does not justify working in this county. And I'm just so sad and disheartened to hear these educators being so underserved. So please, I hope that you're hearing all of these stories and all of these messages that these teachers need more. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Fisher Rasmussen.
I was also not planning on speaking, and am quite nervous because this is a very personal letter, so bear with me. Thank you, though, for the opportunity to speak. My name is actually Melissa Fisher Rasmussen. When I came to Port Salerno Elementary School 12 years ago, I've watched as so many wonderful staff members have left my school, what I consider home for me and my children. I stayed. I chose to stay because I love my Title I school, I love my colleagues, and I love my students and their families. My words from here on out will flutter between that of a parent and a teacher. I'm a single parent of 2 boys, 11 and 14 years old, who started kindergarten in the Martin County school system and continue to flourish every single year. With all due respect, they flourish not because of you or the decisions that you make, but because of the teachers that they've had every single year. They've started at 5 years old. Martin County teachers have helped my children through an ADHD diagnosis, a very difficult separation, a divorce, a global pandemic, anxiety, the list goes on. My boys are like every other child, with caring teachers. The teachers in our classrooms are invaluable, but are treated as dismissible. There's always somebody else in line, but there's not anymore. I could not have survived the last few years without the support, their hard work, and the extra love from the teachers that they've had. The upcoming school year statewide initiative and goal is $47,500 for starting salary for teachers. Do I agree with this? Absolutely. Teaching is not what it used to be when I first started. However, what I don't agree with is making less than a beginning teacher. I bring 15 years of experience to my students and their families, and am not only making $1,000 less if that goal is met next year, but received a letter this summer that labeled me as overpaid. My rent was just increased by $500. My son's ADHD medication costs $306 per month. There's no generic for it. I can't afford the district's health insurance that would cost me $800 per month for the family plan. I very well may not be able to teach any longer if my salary does not reflect my cost of living. I didn't get into teaching for the money. No teacher in this room did. We are passionate. We love our children, our families. Something has to change. I'm considered highly qualified by the state of Florida. I received national board certification. I'm bilingual and have only ever chosen to teach at a Title I school. I've been recognized by my peers in 2 different counties across 2 different states as a Teacher of the Year, but specifically in Martin County as an overall elementary school winner. I have mentored brand new teachers. I am not listing my personal accolades for me. I am every single teacher in Martin County. Ask any teacher in this room or sitting at home right now or working 2 jobs or whatever, they can list their own accolades and they are just as admirable. We are worth saving. Thank you.
Thank you. Kate Logan Lindgren.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kate Logan Lindgren. I'm not prepared to speak either, but I'm going to try. I was a teacher for 8 years, was a teacher, and that's still honestly hard for me to say in the past tense. And the reason I'm not a teacher anymore isn't because of my school, because I love Port Salerno Elementary. It's an amazing place to be. The reason that I'm not a teacher anymore isn't because of my students, because I love them more than life. I still do. The reason that I'm not a teacher anymore is not even the money, because none of us were in it for that in the first place, even though we deserve to be paid what we're worth. The reason that I'm not a teacher anymore is you, the district staff in Martin County and the school board. And it's painful for me to say that because I grew up here, I went to school here, and I live here, and I'm gonna raise my kids here. When I resigned from my position, I filled out an exit survey with my contact information so that someone could ask me what I thought, and no one did. I fully support every teacher in this district. They're outstanding in every way. They love your kids, and they deserve whatever money you can possibly give them. They deserve it. I'm in a new position now, and I've been there for 2 months, and I'm mind blown at the respect that I receive now outside of the field of education. We can do so much better, and we have to do better if we're going to keep Martin County as great as it has been in the past, with as great of a reputation as it has had in the past. So I'm just begging you to please hear everyone in this room and all the people who couldn't be here today. So thank you so much for your time. I appreciate all of you being here to listen. Thanks.
Thank you. Open to the board. Anybody? Okay, so I have something to say then. So this is on the agenda for our workshop, but I'll go ahead and throw this out there just so you can see what this looks like. If we collected $500,000, the maximum that we could collect, and if we then gave the 8% required to give to charters, 8% to give to charters, if you want to keep the millage money the same that's going to the teachers, this is what I think it could look like. We could give $10.3 million to the teachers. We could give $668,000 to the other 4 categories. That means we would do 3 SROs at the 3 high schools. We would not do the SROs at Perkins. We would not do the SROs at Salerno Head Start. We would not do the campus security officers that people were talking about. We could then do $132,000 for AVID programming. And we could do $230,000 for the 3 guidance counselors in the high schools that we have existing from the prior millage. We could cut the PD budget down to $20,000 from $127,000. And we could cut academic initiatives down to $20,000. Then we could take money for Ask Me, that remember the last 4 years was $1 million, and make that $2,729,000. That would give you the total of $13,717,200, which is what we would get after we collect the maximum $500,000 we can collect, and we pay the 8% to charters. And quite frankly, I'm willing to support that. However, what you need to think about, and it isn't up to me, the board gets to make a decision, and there's 5 of us here. If that's the plan we go to, it has to pass the voters. So if you think that's something that the voters would approve, then it can go to the voters and it would get approved. If the voters don't approve it, then there will be nothing from the millage. There will be no $13,712,200.
So yes, there's a way you can make this work. What it requires is taking all the suggestions that everybody has given us and said, okay, we'll gut those suggestions, we'll give all the money this way instead, we'll ignore the money that the governor has given us. We can, it still has to be negotiated with the bargaining units as to how they distribute that money, so we would just be designating the pots of money. But there's a way to do it. But I guess it's a board decision when we get to that part of the discussion as to whether that's the way we want to go. So I invite you to stick around as we have our workshop, because that'll be discussed then. Thank you. Anything else from the board?
I just want to thank everyone who came up to speak tonight. I know it's very difficult to come up here and speak in front of others. I know that you have passion, you're caring, you want what's best, and I just want to say, because there's not, some of this has got to be said in executive session, which we're not privileged to talk about. To come, and as teachers and staff members in Martin County, this has always been a great concern about the direction, not that this board is going in, but that education in the state of Florida is going in. And so some of it's not under our control, but that doesn't mean some of us aren't fighting, in different ways behind the scenes to see what we can do to make a difference. But I'm sorry that you even had to come here and talk in the way that you had to talk. And I'm sorry that you had to take time out of your day to express your feelings about your children, the teachers that teach your children, yourself as teachers. I'm sorry it's come to this point, and it's just so disheartening for me as a former teacher, administrator, and parent in this county that this is where we sit today. And I'm hoping and praying that some changes can be made in the state of Florida in terms of education itself. But I just wanted to thank you for taking the time to come. I've heard what you've said, and we're going to need help, not only you coming to the board, but much of this happens outside of our control at the state level. And I'm hoping that many of you are contacting the state about the concerns that you have in terms of what the governor does and what his staff does, and the fact that we also have charter schools that we've had to share our money with. I'm not saying that's right or wrong, because I think that we have some charter schools that are doing a great job, but as opposed to when I started out, we didn't have that to worry about. All the money went to education. So now we have less money to work with than we did before, because we have certain parameters and certain certain laws and legislation that we have to follow. So I just want to say that. No, I'm not saying much, but I'm just saying thank you for taking the time to come, and I hear you.
Yeah, I debated if I should say something or not, because on a night like tonight, you threw a lot at us, and I understand that, and I almost feel that anything I say wouldn't matter to you. But I also think that it's insulting for you to come here and talk to us and then nobody answer you back. So I owe you at least something. So let me just say that I understand a lot about what's going on. I understand your sadness, your hurt, your anger. Everybody, I take your comments to heart. The last lady that spoke, just so happened you're the last one. I wish you would consider coming back. You said it wasn't about the money and all that, but you hit on something that's always been a problem to me here before I became a board member. And I agree with you 100%. I don't feel like teachers got the respect that they should get. I've said many times, I don't care how much money you pay me, if you disrespect me and act as if I don't matter, then your money meant nothing to me. So I agree with you wholeheartedly, but I can tell you that has changed now. So I wish that you would at least consider coming back. With regards to, there are a lot of other things that's going on too. One of the things that I've always pushed for, and I spoke out about it probably to my own detriment, okay, because of the politics and the games that's being played that's beyond our control, and that is I've always pushed for more local control, okay? I mean, again, I've said before, there's 67 districts in this county, and to just kind of, excuse me? in this state, 67 districts in this state, and to just send something down the tube and think that one size fit all, that is not the case. We need to have more control here. There's a lot of things that are not in our control, and that's not a cop-out. I'm just telling you, and it's frustrating to me also. You think you're angry, I'm angry. I'm just doing a good job of suppressing it. So pray for me and I'll pray for you.
Thank you. So now we'll roll into the workshop. So we're adjourning the regular meeting at 5:40. Special meeting, and now we're going into the workshop. We don't have anything additional for open to the public. Do you want to go ahead, does the board want to go ahead and do the millage piece first, since that's what most people are here for? Sure. Okay. So in the millage piece, you have several different pieces of information. The first piece I put you to is the millage revenue estimates update. You can click that one, Diane, please. So what that's showing you is that with the latest taxable value at 30.9, the things that have changed are in red. At a collection rate of 96.5, we would use 29.82 billion, and these numbers have all been checked with our CFO. There's also a note that each additional 0.01 mil adds 298,200 after the 8% for charters. And this first year, year one, the 2022-2023 does not include a 5% fund balance. I've discussed that with Carter, and we're okay with doing that for this year. So what you're looking at is, if we collect half a mil, we would collect 14,910,000. If we then paid the 8% to charters at 1,192,800, that would leave us with 13,717,200. 0.045 is 13,419. After the 8% for charters would be 12,345,480. At 0.46, it means we would collect 13,717,200. After the 8% for charters would be 12,619,824. Everybody have those numbers in their head? So now I refer you to the other sheet, Diane, that says millage referendum expenses. That one. So these are the same colors and the same categories that we had before. So this is showing about $3 million of things that we discussed last June at the last workshop. So we're looking for board input on that. Going back to the statement that I made earlier, the things I would think that we could keep would be A1, the 3 high school SROs, B1 and 2, which are both of the added pieces, B4, which is the 230 for the 3 high school guidance counselors. That would be a carryover from before. Professional development, instead of $127,000, make that $20,000. And academic initiatives, make that $20,000. Adding those numbers together would then mean that we would spend, not counting category C, but categories A, B, D, and E. The total for that would come up to $668,000. From the $668,000, so remember I'm subtracting that from the $13,717,200 if we collect the full half a mil. If we did the teachers at $10,300,000, that would leave Ask Me at $2,729,200.
Can you say that last figure again? I'm sorry.
$2,729,200. So I'm suggesting that because I'm willing to support that. I think some of these other items, whether it's the campus security officer, whether it's the psychologist, the MTSS people, additional professional development, additional electives, the pieces that we don't have, we can try to move those things to the general fund, see if we can finance them through the general fund. Of course, it would. I know Carter's probably stressing out over that at this point, but I mean, I think whatever we could do, we would do. Whatever we couldn't do, we wouldn't do. you know, remember at the end of the year, what we always do is whatever we have left over from the general fund becomes the raise pool. So it would mean less than the raise pool that we have, but it puts the money in there up front. So I'm looking for anybody else's thoughts or input. Board members.
I'm going to need more time to think about this. I'm not going to be able to tell you that tonight because I really want to give it some thought. We're not making decisions tonight.
Yes, we need to make a decision on this tonight, because if we make a decision on this tonight, it needs to be on our agenda a week from now, so that we then vote on it as a board as to what we want our things to be, so that then the voters have the assurance before they go to the polls in August. So remember, early voting starts, I think, on August 14th or something like that. Is it August 14th?
But we could hold a special meeting if we needed to, couldn't we? The other board members may be ready. I'm just not ready to discuss it. I have to give it more thought after what I've heard tonight. So, just
Here's what I'll say. Because time is of the essence, and unless somebody got a better idea, I would make a motion to accept what you just said.
So we're just looking for, we don't make a motion, but we're just looking for input, so we have something to come back to. And Victoria, once it goes to the board meeting next week, right, as it's on the agenda, if you need more time to think about it, whatever we produce tonight will be on that agenda, and then you could make modifications to that we would then vote on. So for example, if you said, oh no, I think that this should be, you know, instead of, let's say for example, instead of it being $2,729,000 for Ask Me, I want it to be $2,007,000 and put another 29 over here. You can make those adjustments, and then that would be what we ended. You know, you can make your motion. Same way we can alter anything that we do at a general meeting. You would be able to do that. But we need to come up with something so I have an agenda item for next week. Okay. So, Mrs. Powers?
So the only thing I can support this, with the exception of A2 losing those 2 SROs, I know how hard those teachers at those 2 schools fought to have those officers on their campus. So that would be the only thing that I would suggest that we keep as well.
So if I do that, that makes it $2,538,800 for Ask Me, and includes that $194,000. So yeah, I'd be willing to do that. Tony, you okay with?
You know, I don't have a choice. I mean, here's the deal: we're in a no-win situation, and like I said, safety is up there, but then there are other needs. But the minute we cut the safety, if something happened, then we're in trouble again. So what do? You know?
Well, and you know, I think as a board, we know that some of these are priorities, like the psychologist and the MTSS positions and the IPS coaches. We're somehow going to have to come up with a way, because we've never seen the amount of issues in our schools ever. And those positions are very much needed. So we're going to have to figure that out in our budget as well.
Sure.
And
from the general fund.
That's what I was concerned about, is not being able to support some of the things that we needed, which were the 10 MTSS positions, you know. That's one of the things. So, you know, I do have concerns, but I agree with Mrs. Powers, going to have to find some place to get this money in order to do the things we need to do to help students to be successful. So it's difficult, but.
Mr. DiTerlisi, you have any thoughts?
Well, yeah, I generally agree with you, Madam Chair. I think I have some concerns about the psychologists, eliminating psychologists.
So did you want to fund the psychologist, did you want to take it from MC8, or did you want to dip into Ask Me again? What's your suggestion?
Well, I'd like to take it, I'd just like to leave it in there and then do the balances, just adjust the balances, you know, the 10.3 and the 2.729 accordingly. Just take it out in a percentage of both, of each. It's only, the 2 psychologists, 158,000, so it's not going to dramatically affect that number. But, you know, today where we're at, we need people to understand, our students, more so with all that's going on with, you know, students that are coming against their own classmates and shooting up their schools and things like that. We found that the mental health is so important to understand that mental health. So I just don't want to, you know, we have 10, including 2 for the charters, and we're only talking 2 more. So I think that's really important with 22 or 3 schools.
So
I think is Lisa here?
I know, I was just gonna ask, I think that we're trying to prioritize these things, and I'd really like to use this time between now and then to get with Lisa.
So
Kind of prioritizing what.
We had a discussion with Lisa after this was posted, and Lisa's discussion after it was posted was that the psychologist, you could make that 1. And you could also take the IPS coaches and make that 1. Oh, go down 1. Go down to 3 IPS coaches. So that really changes that number.
And what did she say about the 10 MTSS positions?
She says that's huge, huge,
But we-
enormous, huge. Just wait. So, and if we take the psychologists, so that would save us 195 to go down 1 of the IPS coaches, and it would take 79. It would give us 79,000. Would be the cost of doing 1 psychologist. So I just need, I mean, I need something to make this work. So let's say if I did 1 psychologist, that makes it 79.
Well, I noticed it says on here the recommendation for IPS coaches, there's already 23 paid with IDEA funds, so plus 2 to 4.
Right.
So what if we went to 2? And then because the MTSS positions I know are critical.
Okay, so if we went to 2, that would make that 130. And then if we kept the 10 MTSS is that 650. So hold on. That would bring that category to 1,221,000. And category 1 would be at 476. So if I add 476 to 1,221,000, I get 1,697,000. And at 0.5 mils, I have 13,717,200. And I'm subtracting 1,697,000.
Don't forget the 20 and 20 down on D&E.
Right. So I have about 12 billion. I have 12 million to divide between MCA and ASCME. So for argument's sake and for something to put on the agenda, why don't I put 10 into professional development and put 10 into academic initiatives and put 10 into teacher stipends and 2 into ASCME stipends. Okay? And that's what I'll put on the agenda for. So you want me to go through that again so everybody has piece? So what that means is we'd be keeping A1 at 285,600, keeping A2 at 194,000, making the total for that category $476. Keeping B1 and B2, that's $122 for existing Avid, $10,000 for Avid expansion. Keeping the 3 guidance counselors on B4 at $230. On B5, changing that to 1 psychologist, which make that $79,000. Keeping the 10 MTSS positions, which would be $650,000. Changing the 4 IPS coaches on B7 to 2 IPS coaches, which would make that $130,000. Totaling that would be $1,221,000. Then under recruiting and retaining teachers and support staff, a flat $10 million for the teacher stipends, a flat $2 million for the Ask Me stipends, making that total $12 million. Professional development, making that $10,000, and academic initiatives, making that $10,000. Then that total comes out to $13,717,000, which means if we collected the $500,000, gave the 8% to the charters, we have enough money to fund that. Does anybody want to make any tweaks before I put that on next week's agenda? Good with that?
I'm good.
Okay. So for those that were staying for that piece, I think you understood what we did, correct? And then you will hear this again at the meeting that we have a week from now. There will be a regular board meeting at 4 o'clock. This is an action item on the agenda. And then as an action item on the agenda, it will be posted the way that I've stated that it's going to be posted. The board will discuss it, make any tweaks and change anything they want to on it. And then the board will approve it so that then the voters can understand exactly what it looks like. And again, I apologize for all the miscommunication. I apologize for all the information that's not correct. Again, this is for operating. This has nothing to do with sales tax and capital. This doesn't have anything to do with Jensen Beach Elementary or Palm City Elementary. That's the sales tax collection that was approved in November of 2018 that's going for 7 years. Okay? Thank you. Code of conduct. Let's give you this. I'll do this tonight. I'll do this. Okay. This one's yours.
Good evening, Madam Chair, fellow board members, and Dr. Millay. I have several attachments on board docs for your review, and I also provided you a hard copy, and much like the workshop in June, I also provided the spreadsheet so that you could follow along with the tasks and any of the changes that were requested and then made.
Is that loud enough for everybody here? Okay.
So on the spreadsheet, and I do have the Code of Conduct tab so we can hopefully quickly review. The first part on the title and section for essential partners, it was requested on June 7th that we add a definition for problem-solving process to page 5, number 11. I copy and pasted for you so you could quickly see on the spreadsheet as well, but if you look at the 5 with the asterisk on it, you will notice on the bottom I have number 11. It starts off with a problem-solving meeting. It gives you the definition. I have a tab there for when the MTSS manual is approved. We will link it so that our parents, community, and schools can go right to it. It'll be hyperlinked. And on the bottom, we also noted that parents are notified, invited, and encouraged to attend to be active participants in their child's problem-solving team meeting. Also, on the next page, it states about the parental rights statute. That will also be hyperlinked. Also, going through page 28 for procedures of out-of-school suspension. It was requested to include making a phone call and email in addition to sending a letter through the mail, which is statutorily required within the 24-hour period. You will notice on the fourth step, which is the fourth box, that we added the principal or designee will attempt to contact the parent or guardian via phone, send formal written notice to the student's parent or guardian via U.S. mail, and email. Okay, obviously, if appropriate, if they have the email address, they will certainly send that as well. Going to page 33 and 35, this is where we talk about the procedures for expulsion. Mr. George also helped modify the due process steps, where we're looking at the alternative ed placement and the right to a board hearing in the appeal. I will let Mr. George speak to his changes that he made to the expulsion process to add that. And I also gave you a second option to consider. I modified the alternative ed section, the flow chart, to include a board hearing if the assignment to alternative placement was longer than a semester, which obviously we can discuss, and it would be the board's pleasure to make that decision. When you consider the expulsion procedures, they're quite intense. Mr. George and I have spoken several times. We also had a Zoom where we reviewed this. And going through an expulsion includes paperwork that's time-stamped of statement of charges, notice of hearings, stipulations and waivers, where it's not necessary for an alternative placement. So that's why I gave you two options to consider.
We're going to do it after she's done.
So Tony George, Martin County School Board Attorney. So in the background, we know this discussion was triggered by an event where the superintendent had to review the conduct of students. Because there is the strong possibility that you all as a board may hear it, Mr. Harmon and I had the discussion that we need to manage to have this discussion on the process without referencing the event. So, under the Florida Education Code, if there's a student being suspended, the superintendent has the rights to do that. The process in the Code of Conduct and the policies shows the appeals right within the administration that meets that student's due process. And it meets what the Florida Education Code has. When there is an expulsion and the student will be exiting for whatever period of time from the Martin County School District as a student, then under the Education Code, the Administrative Procedures Act creates a different process up through administration with appeals, where ultimately a parent or guardian can appeal to the board a recommendation for expulsion. Where the Education Code goes silent is the area of involuntary transfers to another school. That's where I previously supplied you the S.J. versus Thomas in Escambia County School Board case, where the First District Court of Appeal, so that's a Pensacola case heard by the First District Court of Appeal, where that court weighed the involuntary transfer to another school as being closer to an expulsion than to a suspension. Therefore, for that part of the state, the court ruled that the Administrative Procedures Act and the right to move it up the process, including to the board, applies. 67 counties, no consistency across the state. So, as the discussion has gone on with this, I worked with Terry Harmon and Teresa Iolucci to create that appeals process related to an involuntary reassignment. In that discussion, the factors you have to look at is where you draw the line. So if someone is involuntarily reassigned for more than 10 days, that is something where you can choose to have hearings if you want. If someone is reassigned for a school year, you could choose that as where you would create the right for a parent or guardian to appeal it through the process to you. There is not a standard. So in drafting the language so that you have something to look at and consider, and this came from a discussion that Terry Harmon and I had, it would seem that it is the length of time the student is being removed from what had been their school, their home school. I put in there for it to be triggered at 1 semester. If they're being removed from their home school for a semester or more. But I want to be clear, that's not a legal recommendation. That is me putting language so that you all have a discussion and make a decision. One, whether you want to have parents or guardians having an appeal when it's an involuntary reassignment that they disagree with, because the education code does not mandate it.
So just to clarify, and you relayed to me that you heard from a majority of the board members that were interested in changing the language in the code of conduct to allow for an appeal in the case of an involuntary transfer or reassignment, correct?
So we're clear what I have heard from individual board members is in reference to the event that you all separately may or may not be hearing.
Well,
But-
without talking about the event, I just want to be clear that the reason that we're going down this path and we're having this discussion with you drafting language is because you heard independently, without interactions between board members, but you have heard independently from 3 board members, a minimum of 3 board members, who were interested in the board changing what they have so that involuntary transfers or reassignments would then be able to be appealed to the school board, correct?
Yes.
Well, just to clarify, I think that we made that statement was made, that consensus was taken at our last meeting when we talked about this. That there were 3 board members that agreed to that at our last workshop on the code of conduct.
Right,
Pretty certain.
but I'm just trying to understand the chronology, that the reason he started this is because 3 of us called him and said that we were interested, the board was interested, because when I heard it, it was, hey, if you're going to hear an appeal, if you're going to do et cetera, you have options on doing it. But the reason he started down this path was because he heard from 3 people that are sitting here that they were interested in hearing appeals for people that had an involuntary transfer or reassignment.
I didn't talk to Mr. George, but I was involved with the Code of Conduct Committee with Teresa Iolucci and Terry Harmon in a meeting. So I can't say that I was one that wanted to go down that road, because I don't think I said that last time. But I didn't have a conversation with Mr. George, so I did have a conversation. I just want to make clear. I don't know who did, but.
Okay, and I want to be clear that it wasn't, I didn't have that conversation either with Mr. George, so. It's just, which is fine, when we have the conversation as a board, but when we have an attorney who, and the only way we can communicate with each other is when we're sitting here. So as we're sitting here and as we're hearing something from our attorney, I just wanted that to be.
Well, I did talk to Mr. George, but I was kind of going on the conversation that we had at the workshop. And I know Mrs. Deffenthaler said she did not want to hear, we didn't discuss all the parameters of it. I don't know if Mr. DiTerlizzi was here, but we said, the three of us said, yes, I would be interested in hearing expulsion cases that are suspensions greater than 10 days or whatever we decided that we would talk about that.
So not suspensions, involuntary
reassignments.
Reassignments and
Involuntary
transfers.
reassignments, yes.
Okay. And then, just to clarify things more, it's my understanding that throughout the state, it could be anywhere. We could hear all of them. We could hear ones that were for more than a week. We could hear ones that were for more than a semester. We could hear ones that were for more than a year. I mean, it's up to us to decide at what length we want to hear them, correct?
Correct, as long as, I guess the one exception are those counties under the First District Court of Appeal. Except for the Panhandle, yes, each school board can determine where they draw that line.
So in the First District Court of Appeals, that line has been drawn for them?
The opinion triggers the Administrative Procedures Act on a particular case where there was an involuntary reassignment. So it then leaves those school boards to draft where they put it in place. So unlike currently where Martin County has no procedure for that event, in those counties they need to have a procedure for that event.
So they could decide, but the court was silent on how long. For instance, they didn't say whether it was a transfer for greater than 2 years, or if it was a transfer for greater than 1 year, or if it was a transfer for greater than a week.
So it treated it like, in my reading of it, they treated it like an expulsion. So typically an expulsion isn't for less than a year. It's the remainder of a school year plus a year. Or it can be for the remainder of the school year depending on how much time is left in that school year.
Yes, and as long as you remember that the actual case was a transfer of a student to another school, the Second Chance School,
right,
where the parents were not in agreement, and that's what took it into the courts.
And so the courts decided that that was similar to an expulsion, so it triggered the Florida Administrative Code procedures.
So the Administrative Procedures Act for the school districts and school boards under the First District Court of Appeal, that court has spoken. The other courts have not.
But they didn't say how long it had to be. They just
Right.
said they needed to adopt a procedure. So my next question is, so whatever we change this to, it would seem then that it would be incumbent upon us, if we have any students, whether it's one student, whether it's 500 students, that have received an involuntary transfer or reassignment that would trigger an appeal, right? So anybody who's, let's say we decide that we want it to be 3 weeks, okay? That anybody who's currently in the system, who is getting ready to or currently serving an involuntary transfer or reassignment for that period of time, it would be incumbent upon staff to notify them that they have the right and the ability to appeal it to the school board.
So my opinion on that would be that it would be current cases where the parents still have time to do an appeal, and student situations going forward. It would not be something that goes retroactive.
So I can understand that if the cases that are coming up are being determined after we've adopted rulemaking. But because we haven't even gotten to the first hearing, the second hearing, and the rulemaking portion, because we haven't even gotten to that yet, if I'm giving Marcia the ability to appeal something based on a future action that I'm doing, then why wouldn't you give me the same right if I was involuntarily transferred for next year last month. And here I was, I mean, it went through the procedure, the internal procedure, I am a student, and I was involuntarily transferred, and rulemaking hasn't happened yet. Then wouldn't I have the ability to say that I want to have an appeal too?
So what I would tell you, Mrs. Roberts, that is certainly something you as a board can choose as far as the retroactivity.
And what would you as an attorney suggest to us? To not do that? To only do it for this pending case that we have?
So the reason for putting the changes to the student code of conduct is so that the rules are in place from this point going forward. I understand the example you're giving. I would say that's something that you all need to consider and make a decision on. I think for a parent or guardian who has had their their appeals process within and under the superintendent, that process is complete. I understand what you're saying. I'm not sitting here legally advising that you need to go retroactive on cases that are in place. I think you can, and I'm certainly open to whether Mr. Harmon has a different opinion.
I'd like to hear Mr. Harmon.
Okay, Mr. Harmon. Into the mic. Thank you.
I'm so sorry. I'm used to having such a loud voice. Thank you, members of the board. Just one piece of clarification, though, about the retroactivity. Without getting into the details of any matters, the reason why there may be instances where you are going to hear an alternative placement under Chapter 120 currently is not necessarily because it's an alternative. It's not because it's an alternative placement. It's because the alternative placement that is being proposed functions more like an expulsion. And if the alternative placement functions more like an expulsion, it gives rise to those Chapter 120 rights. That's different than a alternative placement that does not have the characteristics of an expulsion. The tricky part about that, and I think what this proposed language is trying to do, is to define what does that really mean? What do characteristics of an expulsion mean? Because what we have with this SJ case, when it defined how a disciplinary reassignment was the language they used, but how an alternative placement can function like an expulsion, is they say it's a involuntary separation from the traditional educational setting and the benefits attached thereto for potentially long periods of time. And obviously you can't develop a rule and roll that out to your community where that says potentially long periods of time. So because certain types of proposed alternative placements in examining them appear to function more like an expulsion, this case gave rise to the concern that Chapter 120 may need to apply in Martin County for certain types of for certain types of alternative placements. But because we don't really have a rule in defining that, and we just have two categories in our code, alternative placement and expulsion, this proposed language was just trying to give you a little bit of clarity maybe on when there may be an involuntary separation or an alternative placement that would trigger some rights to an expulsion. But like Tony had said, you don't have to do it. You don't have to change your policies. But I would caution you, and I will say this SJ case is not statewide settled Supreme Court law, and it is not widely accepted. There are a number of districts out there that do not give 120 hearings for alternative placements. And there are some that go the opposite.
I'm sorry, say that again?
There are some districts out there that do not give Chapter 120 hearings for alternative placements. There are some that do. That's, I think, what Mr. George is saying, the inconsistencies about how districts do things. There are districts that allow 120 hearings for involuntary for alternative placements or disciplinary reassignments. What the concern, again, that arose why this created is because what happens when a student is recommended for an alternative placement in this district, and if you look at the terms of the alternative placement, including the length of time of the removal and the removal from a traditional school, is there a better way to define when that might trigger that more increased due process right? That would be more trying to give a definition to your current policy that says no right to a hearing before you for alternative placements. So if you wanted to keep things as they are right now, we do not want hearings before us for alternative placements. You may still want to consider adding some language, some parameters around when might an alternative placement be so severe that it functions more like an expulsion.
So when I do that, so let's say I did something at spring break, and I got an alternative placement for the rest of the year and for the entire of next year, okay? So my 22-23 school year, I'm alternatively placed at another school. So then, would you think that I have the ability then to appeal my decision based on, if this board decides, yeah, we want to hear everything that's more than 2 weeks, if we want to hear everything that's more than 9 months, if we want to hear whatever it is, would you think that I then have the right to say, wait, I want to be heard too?
That is a great question, and I'm going to unpack it for you. The problem is, most of the time, Mr. George and I, when we dispense legal advice, we go to a statute, we go to a case, we go to a decision, and we base our legal recommendation on that. We don't really have that here, unfortunately. What we have is more dicta, which is not necessarily binding case law, from this SJ case that says there may be times when an involuntary removal from a traditional school for a long period of time is really an expulsion. Without marrying this board to any particular position, I think if a kid is going to be removed for the remaining, spring break's about 65% of the way or so through the school year, you're going to remove that student for that 65% of the school year and the entire next school year and remove them from a traditional school and place them in some type of disciplinary placement, I think that student would have a very strong argument that there's more due process due than simply appealing to a district level director.
Okay, and then my last question, sorry, and then we can get back to that is, so how do I rationalize in my mind that I've got a pending case, I've got an existing code of conduct that a ruling was made on based on the existing code of conduct. Now I'm changing that code of conduct or contemplating changing that code of conduct and taking it through rulemaking. And I have someone who wants to not do this one. I want to do this one that you haven't adopted yet. Do I need to wait until that one's adopted? Do I need to meet the requirements of this one? How do I do that? How do I?
Whenever a disciplinary incident occurred that gave rise to a student's rights, let's say last year, you would have to apply last year's code of conduct to that student.
This one?
The one that you've adopted, that you've given students notice of, yes. Could you, if you were to revise your code of conduct moving forward, claw back potentially and address some prior cases that were under an old code of conduct? You're delving into a dangerous waters, I think, if you do that in terms of the number of students impacted, but you could. There's probably a way to do it. I'm not sure I would encourage that because I'm not aware. I guess the question would be, why would you do that? What would the purpose be in clawing back and giving due process or some other rights to students when you clearly articulated what those rights were in the current code of conduct?
Mostly
Maybe
because
I'm not understanding the question too.
Well, and mostly because when we wrote this student code of conduct, we didn't realize that that was even something when you alternatively place a student for that extended length of time, that it could be considered like an expulsion. That was not knowledge that we had as a board. And I would kind of argue that there's the legal basis of what does the board get to do and when do we decide and length of time. What we do know is that the superintendent only has the authority to suspend a child up to 10 days. That's it. Anything else beyond that should be the responsibility of the school board, or policies in place by the school board to address beyond that. I'm not saying we should hear everything over 10 days, but there should be something in our policies that address that.
And one point of clarification too, actually two. The first is to the chair's question about taking a future version of the code of conduct and applying it retroactively. As I'm standing here, I can't think of why that would be prohibited if your retroactive application were to afford more rights to a student. Obviously, if you were to apply a policy in the future to give less rights to a student in the past, I would counsel strongly against doing something like that. The second point to the clarification, Ms. Powers, to what you just said about what does the superintendent do in that post 10-day suspension, pre-expulsion timeframe, that hits the nail on the head with the way the statutes are drafted. Right now, 1006.07 clearly says students subjected to a suspension are not entitled to a Chapter 120 hearing. Students suggested for an expulsion are entitled to a 120 hearing. That middle ground is undefined. That's what the ACLU sued on in that Escambia case. And that's why you see inconsistencies, because I'm sure that a colleague of mine could make the complete opposite argument to you that a alternative placement to a school operated by this school board with services to the student is not an expulsion. I think if you read that first DCA case, it's pretty persuasive reasoning as to why an alternative placement and the removal from a traditional school does give a little bit more due process rights. I would probably have a different view of it if it were, for instance, and I'll say that discipline was an alternative placement from a traditional school A, and the student was going to be alternatively placed to traditional school B.
Right.
They're both traditional schools. They offer extracurricular activities and programs. I think that harm referenced in the Thomas case is not really an issue there, because the student is just essentially being reassigned, not to a disciplinary placement and a loss of the traditional school benefits, just going to a different school. So I don't think that that would give rise to a 120 hearing.
Right.
If I could, Madam Chair. Okay, so I do kind of recall now at a meeting where this did come up, and I did say, in the way I remember hearing it, that because of the severity of a kid being sent to another school, if their parents wanted to appeal it, they should. So I didn't call Mr. George, but I do remember kind of indicating that. So that was probably one of the ones that we picked up on. Now, the other thing I want to say with regards to this, can't we fill in a number and allow that? But why? What's the issue with if this hadn't gone into effect? Aren't we looking for a solution that's not a problem? I mean, it didn't happen under this, so just because we do it, why are we gonna go back? We're not gonna go back. Why we gotta go back? That shouldn't even be a thought. Am I making sense? You get what I'm saying?
And Mr. Anderson?
Yeah.
And that is what I'm trying to express in response to Mrs. Roberts' question, that's a decision that is you as a board's decision. What I heard from Mrs. Roberts, isn't it fair if we are implementing this, that we are going back for those who are currently at Spectrum when they would have had their parent or guardian would have had a right at that time. They didn't, but we're adopting, or you're adopting one where the parents would now have a right. But because of where the law is, what I'm saying is that's something you all need to clarify.
And you guys would know better than I do. I think this falls along the line of something about the law about de facto, you know, if a crime was committed before it was whatever. So if this happened and we didn't have that in place, you're not entitled to anything. We're going forward with what we got. I think that's keeping it simple. I don't think that's depriving anybody. Just like if we had a law in the books. You broke it when we had the law, but then we removed it. Well, we removed it, it's no longer a law, but when it was a law, you broke it. So, what's the deal?
So, Mr. Anderson, that is something you as a board need to have the discussion both on when the parent or guardian's right, how much of an involuntary transfer to a second chance school or spectrum, how long of a transfer is it that then triggers that the parent or guardian has the right to move it past Dr. Millay to you all as a board? And then separately, are you going back to students who currently didn't have that option or their parents or guardians and allowing them? And that's where you all as the board have the discretion.
I also think that based on what I've heard here, this language about alternative school should say alternative non-traditional school. And we should be defining. So if through the process, whatever that process, whether it's the old process, whether it's the new process, if the assignment is to a traditional school, that there's a distinction between being reassigned to a traditional school and being reassigned to a non-traditional school, right? So I do something bad on September 9th, right? And I go through I meet with the principal, and the answer is going to be they're going to assign me to an alternative school until December. So regardless of whether we're going to hear it or not, right, I think there's a distinction between whether I'm reassigned to a traditional school that has sports, that has clubs, that has all those other things, or if I'm being assigned to, say, Willoughby or Spectrum, which doesn't have those things. Correct?
And Mrs. Roberts, I would say you're correct. And as a side note, in clarifying that, you're also giving Dr. Millay additional options.
Correct. And I also think that anybody, whatever we decide to do, if there's anybody, my personal opinion is, if there's anybody in the system who is currently been reassigned to whatever we decide for the period of time that we decide we want to hear it, if that person should be given the opportunity to come forward and to say to us, I want a hearing in front of the board, the same way anybody else did. It's not for, I mean, everybody gets the same playing field.
Well, and I agree with you, Ms. Roberts. I just feel like if we don't, when this was put in place, we had different information. And just because something happened before, children shouldn't, they should have the same rights. The parents should have the same rights moving forward. So if they're half a year into whatever their alternative placement was, and they still have another year to go, they should have the opportunity. Now, not going back, obviously we can't fix anything
That's over and done with.
But if they're in the middle of it, and how many is that?
I don't know. But what does it matter how many it is?
Well, and not only that, but I know when Mr. Harmon, when we spoke, you mentioned that there are school districts that actually hear all the alternative placements. And, you know, not alternative meaning alternative, like an alternative second chance school.
Alternative placement to a non-traditional
Yes.
school.
And that their number of proceedings really didn't increase.
That's correct. Yeah, every once in a while, yes. From some that come to mind, occasionally it happens, but I don't know, every community's different. So whether you have 150 alternative placements a year and you decide to give the most expanded possible right, which is we want the board to sign off on any alternative placement.
Non-traditional.
To a non-traditional school.
You might be, I don't know how that's going to play out this district specifically.
And Mike,
What is it? And Mrs. Powers?
Mike, can I say
Just-
something, Mr. Berger? My concern is that we continue to erode the authority of the educators and the people in the school system who are making decisions based on the information they have. I understand why we want to look at a semester or more, but to look at everything and change the direction of the discipline that's being given to a child based on the information that the educators and the superintendent have is concerning to me, because then why don't they just all come to the board and not even go to the district? You know, I mean, we keep eroding their authority, and the more we erode their authority, the more problems we're going to have with discipline and with parents. And I don't mean a negative against parents. I was a parent also, but I'll tell you, when my kid, there's something wrong, I looked at my child first, you know, but not all parents do that, you know. So my concern is, let's stop eroding the authority. I understand if it's a semester or more and it's a non-traditional placement, but to look at everything that way is very concerning to me, very concerning.
And Madam Chair, and I think you all know this, but I just want to clarify it. So this is only when a parent or guardian looks at the event of their child, looks at Dr. Malay's recommendation, and then chooses to appeal it. Because there are many parents
Sure,
that look at the
that
event
will just
and
accept
not
it.
appeal
Right.
Yes,
Well,
correct.
but if, I mean, typically, the evidence is typically there. If it's not, then they'll take their chances with the final say of the board.
And that goes to your question to me, which is there's a potential, of course, you could have a significant number of cases, but in reality, by the time it would get to you for an alternative placement hearing, there's an underlying appeal process that would be exhausted first. So to have an evidentiary hearing in front of you with direct examinations, cross-examinations, court reporter, witnesses and exhibits, that's a lot to tackle for every single student who disagrees with an alternative placement. So I don't think that would be every single case.
And I think my other concern would be then that more educated parents who have the resources or the knowledge base are the ones that are going to come forward and make the argument, and yet another child who may not have the same resources, the same parents, did the same thing. However, they don't have parents who are going to advocate that way for them. So then that sets up, to me, a discrimination type thing, because we're not looking at everybody the same way, or we're not giving everybody the same, you know, not that we're not giving the same rights, but some of those students are not going to have the same support and advocacy that others do, and that's concerning to me too.
So we're going to punish students whose parents are
saying that.
involved and limit their due process because some parents won't take the time to represent their children.
I'm not saying that, but what I am saying is maybe we need to make sure we're educating the other parents.
Well, I absolutely agree with that. In fact, I mean, we skipped to this, but I have some other comments about that and about making sure that parents are aware, not just briefly told about things, but handed information about due process and what the steps are and what step by step explained in this policy. So I agree with you 100%.
So getting to this, right, I think that right now, the way this is written, okay, the way that you have this written, my concern is, in my head, expulsion means you don't have a place on one of our campuses. And there's a state requirement that goes along with that, so that kind of like travels in your pocket with you, so that if you go to another school district, that school district knows that this student was asked to please vacate from the district's campus and don't come back, so that when this child shows up at another campus, he's waving his papers that say, yeah, they didn't want, I'm not trying to sneak under anything, okay? That's expulsion. Then you have suspension, where it's like you did something, whether it's in school or out of school, but suspension is pretty much, I don't want you in the classroom, right? I don't want you back in your classroom, whether it's I'm suspending you, whether it's in school suspension, out of school suspension, but I'm not throwing you out for an extended period of time. I'm not going through the long process of carry these papers with you, all right? In my head, there's a third area, and the third area is alternative placement to a non-traditional school for a semester or more. So that if you had an alternative placement to a non-traditional school, you would follow the procedures to a traditional school, an alternative placement to a traditional school, in my head, of any length. Alternative placement to a traditional school of any length. I'm giving you bus transportation. All I've done is I've done the same thing as if you're a gifted student, and I've said, here's your new school that you're assigned to.
Have we done that, though?
I've got, no.
Yes, we did do that once.
Yeah, so
We did, as
in that
board.
case, right, in that case, I think those procedures follow along the lines of a suspension and don't rise to the board level.
Right.
Right? If it's an alternative placement for less than a semester to a non-traditional school, I think it's treated just like the suspension. It goes through and we don't, my viewpoint is we don't hear it.
I don't agree with that.
I agree with that.
If it's an alternative placement to a non-traditional school for a semester, so it's the date period, you know, whether it's 2 weeks, whether it's 1 week, whether it's 9 weeks, whether it's a semester, whether it's a year. But I think those people get a carved out flow chart that says, if you meet these requirements, you've got an alternative placement and it's a non-traditional school for X number of days, this is where you go and this is what you do. And that ends with you get to be heard by the board.
So are you saying it was going to say more than a semester, or it's not going to say that?
Well, I think that's something that's
We
up
have
for
to
discussion
decide.
by the board.
Okay.
I mean, I almost feel like, you know, if you're going to open the door, I mean, I think it's, you know, as Mr. Harmon says, there's some people that do it for everybody. Anybody who gets a non-traditional placement, you get to hear it. And realize that, you know, it's up to what the board does with it as to whether the board rolls over and is like, oh, no, you know, we're not going to support the educators. Or it's up to the board to say, no. We're putting teeth in this. We support you. We value your opinion.
Right.
And we understand what you're saying. We want the parent to be involved. We want the parent to come here, understand what their child did, and understand that this board is supporting the educators and say, hey, it rise to a level of egregiousness where we think this is appropriate, you know? So what do you think, Mrs. Powers?
So, you know, I think to the point, I think a semester is a really long time. I think that depending on the circumstances, it can have an impact on kids in a negative way. So I think that a semester is a long time. That's a half a year. So
9 weeks?
9 weeks. No, that's 9 weeks.
9 weeks is a quarter instead of a semester.
Right. So anyway, I just feel like we should be looking at alternative placements in general. I also think I've talked to a lot of people in the community, and you know, one of the things that I've worked on a lot was the number of suspensions, not necessarily expulsions, because a lot of times we don't even see the expulsions.
We don't even see the data.
We didn't, for a long time when I was first on the board, we didn't see the expulsions because the parent would say, okay, we're throwing up our hands, we're done, we're out. And then we changed the policy that said, it doesn't matter if the student is going to agree to an expulsion and leave the district, we still hear it so that follows them. If they did something so terrible bad that they were going to be expelled, that needs to follow them to the next school so that they know. So they can't go and enroll at South Fork High School because they got threatened with expulsion at Martin County High School or wherever.
So when you're saying a semester is a long time, are you saying a reassignment to any school, or are you just saying to a non-traditional school?
Non-traditional.
Non-traditional. So with no time period. Any assignment to a non-traditional school we would hear. Is that what you're suggesting? I'm willing to try it for a year.
I don't agree with that.
It's a lot of hearings.
It is.
I don't think it's gonna, as you know, Mr. Herman said in our conversation, that school districts that do that actually don't see as that many.
They're not Martin County though.
Madam Chair,
Sure.
Mrs. Iucci, I think, has some numbers if you all would
Okay.
like that.
I think, and I apologize, but I thought I heard a question about how many potential hearings. So this last year, we had 148 alternative education placements. I also heard an extent of a year, how long were the periods of time. So please understand, when a student is alternatively placed, it is for serious offenses. So typically our level 3 offenses, sometimes our level 2s, if they have been usually more than one, and they have to be, it's considered a safety concern. So those are the issues that we typically look at. Students that have disciplinary or habitual minor disciplinary incidents, disruptions of class, and things of that nature are going to go through our MTSS process, where we're going to provide our problem-solving process, our interventions, we're going to progress monitor, and we're going to make those changes to try to positively impact the student's behavior to be successful in the classroom. Some students are alternatively placed through an IEP team, and some are also placed through the MTSS because they feel that a smaller class size for that student would be appropriate. So there's some different reasons, but disciplinary, we're really looking at serious offenses that are a safety concern on the regular comprehensive campus. I have not done an alternative education recommendation typically, unless it's through an IEP team for services for the child that we would place at another comprehensive school. Again, I think I also heard about transportation. If we're assigning to another comprehensive school, we are required to provide that transportation.
Sure. And we get the categorical money for it because it's more than the 2 miles.
So typically, a student is assigned, if the alternative placement is given, let's say in September, we will typically assign for the remainder of that semester, mostly in high school, because it's credit bearing. It's very hard to transition kids in the middle of semesters because of their online component that they're using at Spectrum, and then transitioning back to that in-person learning. So we try to keep them there for that credit bearing piece. There are sometimes that they are there for a 9-week. There are sometimes they are there for a semester, which is the majority or the remainder to the semester, the natural break. Very rare are students placed for a year, and I don't know of any students that have been placed for longer than a year, unless, again, IEP teams have made those decisions to place students there because it's the most appropriate setting, least restrictive for their environment.
So I would say, and it is a level 3 and it has to do with safety and security, I would be very concerned as a board member if we're going to look at every single case that, whether it's an alternative school or not an alternative school, that has to do with the level 3 safety, which is why they're doing it in the first place. Because if something happens and we decided we were going to place that student back at their school, we agreed with the parent, and something happened then safety and security wise, we're liable for that. So the reason why they're doing it in the first place is because they've done all of the investigation, they've looked at all of the evidence, and they're not making the decision in a light manner. They're making that decision based on safety and security of all students and that particular student. So that's why I'm saying then we're questioning their authority and their ability to make these decisions when they have a whole process and they want what's best for the child. I mean, that's an educator wants what's best for the child. So level 3 safety offenses are really concerning if we're going to override what it is they're saying. I still understand a semester or more we can look at, but to look at every case is concerning to me because then we're second guessing them and we're also putting some liability on us to put a student back that maybe is a threat.
And typically also remember we do have REACH, so most of our schools for the less concerning offenses, our administrators do offer the REACH program in lieu of to keep them on their campus. If they come back that they have not been successful in REACH because they have not met the sanctions or they've not continued or participated, then they do go automatically to alternative placement. However, parents are aware of that when they meet with the administration and they understand that that's part of their contract to remain on their campus.
So, I mean, I guess technically, so a couple of things I heard you say. So of just this one question, of the 148 that were alternatively placed last year, how many are coming back to that alternative placement in August? So do we start the year with 0 at our alternative schools, or are there students that are coming back?
No, there are students that are coming back. So there could have been students, and Mrs. Powers, I don't want to give you a number that's not factual, but I can give you that number if I look at our folders, and I will certainly do that. I will get that number to Dr. Millay tomorrow. Typically, if a student was assigned like at the end of the year, then they pick up and they begin the year there. Honestly, when I make those decisions for alternative placement, it is in the best interest to start the students at their comprehensive school. We want to transition them. So typically what we do is I'll give them a little bit of carrot, to kind of say, if we do this, if you complete REACH, if you end that school year in good standing, then we will start you in August at your school. Now, let's say they don't meet that criteria, they don't pass REACH, or they do get a suspension because they've gotten into a fight at the alternative school, then we do let them go ahead and continue to their full remainder of time.
So one of the things that you said was that the length of the time at the alternative school is oftentimes decided by academics, which is concerning to me because, the purpose of an alternative placement is a form of punishment. Like, you're being sent to an alternative school because you did something wrong, and you shouldn't remain there because you have, so that kind of says to me that we can't really, it's not an easy transition. So we either go 9 weeks or you go 18 weeks or, the full semester. It's not one or the other.
So we always look at what's in the best interest, and I'll be very honest with you, a lot of it's individually. It's on what's in the best interest of the student when we have that there in front of us. It's not black. Unfortunately, discipline is not a black or white situation. I always hear, well, it was a fight. A fight isn't just a fight. There's so many different components, and every incident is so different. So it's always in the best interest of the student and getting them back. And usually for students, the best time to transition is at a natural break. It's easier for them in the transition going back, especially in high school. Middle school, not so much. You can usually, as long as their schedules align, okay, we can do that. And typically in middle school they will. High school's a little bit different when they're working on an online component that sometimes, and I know Dr. Miller was here and Ms. Estevez can probably speak to it more, but they don't have typical electives. So we give them a different elective that we have at the alternative school. So when they transition back to the comprehensive school, sometimes that elective isn't available for them to transition. So that's why typically at the semester break for high school makes it easier for the student to transition. So again, when we look at the whole student, I'm looking at, yes, we want to certainly change the behavior and help the child be successful in that mainstream class, but we also want to look at what's in their best interest in that whole child.
So what's the board's pleasure on alternative placement?
I don't know where we're going with this, but here's what I'll say, and then I'm done with it. When you rise to the level, like level 3 or something like that, first of all, you've done something really out of the way, okay? I'm always in favor of looking out for the kid, but there are some lines when you cross, there has to be consequences. And this stuff about always wondering, well, he's a kid, give him a chance. I'm all in favor of that. I realize that. But sometimes when you do some things, you need to suffer the consequences. Because for that person needs to learn, and then you got 10 or 15 others sitting on the fence, watching to see how that's going to come out. And once they find out that you're a joke in holding on the rules, they're going right down that road too. But I know we're living in a society now where any and everything goes, and it's no big deal, no matter how ridiculous or the severity of it. So whatever y'all want to do with it, do with it. I just think that we're just going in an area where we don't even really need to be going tonight. If it wasn't in place or at that time, then why look back? Let's make a determination where we go with this, go forward. Why open up a can of worms we don't have to? Or just let them do whatever the heck they want to do and let them in because it's Miss Green's son or whatever.
So Tony, moving forward,
Yeah.
what do you think, for the board to hear alternative placements to a different school? Do you feel that it should only be if it's, do you feel they shouldn't hear it at all?
No,
Do
I
you
think
feel
that
it
could
should-
be dependent on the length of time. I think every
Okay.
parent, it should be, yeah, because
Okay.
I know
Because I
that's
think then
serious
you
now.
see the parents. I mean,
Yeah,
so,
I'm for
So
that.
do you think there's a difference between a non-traditional school and a traditional school? Yeah. So that so let's say you're at Anderson Middle and you go to, and your alternative placement is to Indiantown Middle. That's different than an alternative placement that sends you to Spectrum. So do you think, regardless of the period of time, do you think there's a distinction between those two types
So
of
you
schools?
moving them from Anderson to Indiantown Middle?
Well, whatever. I mean, moving
Anderson to
traditional
Murray,
school to
doesn't matter.
traditional school.
You know.
You know, you're a student at Martin County High School, but your alternative placement is to Jensen Beach High School. So do you think there's a difference between, which is the thing that Mr. Harmon was saying?
You know, and it's like, I guess it would depend on the situation.
Yeah,
You know,
but as we.
We're not gonna send them.
No, but as we outline what somebody has a right to bring to the school board, do you want to open it up to everyone who gets an alternative placement, or do you want to limit it to people who get an alternative placement to a non-traditional school?
So I think anybody, I mean, if you reach that point, that level, if they're entitled to whatever, but I think we need to find out where's the cutoff point, or what meet the
So then
threshold.
it's a time.
So
Yeah.
for me, though, I would say that they have the same opportunities at a traditional school. If they're going from one traditional school to the other, they have the same opportunities there. So why are we now having them come to the board when really all you've changed is the school itself, and it's the same, it's a traditional school, same opportunities. I think it really needs to be a non-traditional school where it changes their whole.
Oh yeah, if I didn't,
Well, that's
yeah,
what she's
I
trying
agree.
to say.
Well, no, I agree with that. Other than that, you might as well keep them where they are. They need to know it's a different. I'm sorry.
So
I
yeah,
misread that.
so I'm agreeing that it's a non-traditional school.
That's the whole purpose for it.
So it's a non-traditional school. We need to nail down a time frame. And Mike, you've been so patient.
I didn't know if you were going to let me speak.
Of course.
That's okay. So I honestly, I agree with that, by the way. But I also think that, you know, when we've heard expulsion hearings, they're usually the remainder of the year and the next year. And that's an expulsion hearing, correct, Dr. Millay?
Typically, it's finishing and then the whole next year.
And then the whole next year. So if we're looking at something that's not an expulsion and it's the rest of the remainder of this year and next year, to me that's an expulsion because both of them.
Well, the expulsion is they're out of our district.
It's not an expulsion because the requirements for an expulsion, it generates, there's a whole legal thing, because it generates this
Okay,
piece
but
of
the
paper.
timetable is
The
the same.
timetable is the same, but you
timetable.
could have an expulsion, but theoretically, you could have an expulsion that's a shorter period of time.
Right.
You
Sure.
could have, you do
Yes.
something in September and you're expelled for the rest of this year only. Right? But when you say, I don't want to see his face on our campus, that's an expulsion.
Right.
And he gets this stack of papers to carry around with it.
Okay.
And that's a whole longer, more involved process than just you get another appeal and you can come to the school board.
Okay, so for me, it's the timetable thing. So I'm okay with the alternative school that you all just discussed, because I agree with you there.
Non-traditional.
The non-traditional,
Non-traditional.
yeah, the non-traditional. And I think if the time frame of the stay at the non-traditional school is a year, I think personally, I think that's too much. I think that it, kind of like Marcia, it could be a semester or a quarter or whatever.
So do you want to hear him after a quarter, after a semester, or after a, so Student Services says that Terry Harmon did X, Y, Z, and he is now, his recommendation is to go to a non-traditional school, and it is 9 weeks.
And
Do you want
remember,
to hear
it's
that?
about safety concerns most of the time, so that's the other thing you have to take into consideration.
Yeah, but regardless, when we hear it, we would be making a ruling based on those things. But at what the question is, at what point does Terry's parents, Terry's the bad one,
I would appeal to you too.
do Terry's parents, how long a period of assignment to Terry to a non-traditional school triggers his ability to come before the board?
Anything over 9 weeks.
9 weeks?
I'd say a semester.
9
Yeah.
weeks?
Yeah, I agree with the 9 weeks. And I know if it was my child, the next day my child would be like, please, I learned my lesson, I want to go back, because they don't want to go to an alternative school.
Would your
you know.
child, but would your child be doing something that's considered a safety issue, where you put it back
Maybe.
after 9 weeks and?
Mike's child.
You know, that's Mike.
It's Mike's kid.
No, but I do have a son that in his last day of school was suspended because he, on the last
Jumped
day of
out the
school,
window.
he climbed out the window.
Yeah, I heard
It was a
that.
first floor window, it wasn't a third floor, but he climbed out the window and they said, next year, when you come back to school, you
Don't
will
come.
take the next first 4 days off or something. And we sent him to school the next year and they sent him home. So that was the end of that, and he did his suspension and he went home.
But I think there's more to it than just the length of time. Parents and students have to have the ability to appeal the length of the punishment. And does what they did warrant that length? Because 9 weeks at an alternative school is a lot. It's a lot for a
So you
student.
would want it to be what, 1 month? You
No, I would want it to be anything
anything.
over 10 days suspension. If they're suspended,
Well,
to
you
the
might as
10
well just
days.
leave them home. Don't
Yeah.
even bother filling out the paperwork then,
Yeah.
because 10 days, 10 days is.
Well, no, because they're going to be suspended for 10 days automatically.
Right, but-
They're
but some
automatically
things
going to
make
get
them
10 days
go home.
suspension, no matter what.
So again, you're questioning the authority of the educators and the superintendent by saying that. And again,
No, I'm
again,
not.
you are
I'm,
when you say
I'm
that.
not questioning them.
When you
The
say that
parents
they-
are.
Well,
The
yeah,
parents
okay,
are
so-
the ones who
Allowing that
are
to be
making
questioned.
that.
And
No.
you're right, Marcia, but
I
then
am
what
not
we're doing,
questioning them.
but
You're
without
allowed to be
action, we could be undermining the system
Yes,
too.
yes.
I agree, the parents are questioning it, but how we want to stand up and hold a line, you begin to undermine the system.
Yes,
Other than
that's
that,
what I'm
it-
trying to
they
say.
have no
I don't think
right.
we're going to see them.
I don't agree. I don't want to open.
Well, I would go for a semester. I think if they get an alternative placement to a non-traditional school for a semester or more,
Yes.
that they should have the right to come to they should have the right to appeal to the board.
I can live with that.
So we've got 2 semesters, we got another semester? We got 3 semesters,
You got it.
3
I
semesters.
can go to 3.
I know, I can't do. So do you understand that? We're saying that in an alternative placement to a non-traditional school for a period of 9 weeks or more, or semester or more, sorry. Semester or more, the flow chart for that gives them the right to appeal. They still have to go through all the steps. So all the steps that are normally on here, that you would have the principal's recommendation, where is it? Hang on. Not the expulsion, it's the, hang on.
And while you figuring that out, I do want to say, in all fairness to you, Mrs. Pauls, I believe just what you're saying. I believe in giving the parents, the student, the benefit of the doubt, and I think that's really kind of you. But we got to understand, we're living in times now where school safety and conduct, we got to get serious about it. Because if you spent time in the classroom with some of these kids, you would surely, your eyes would be open. That's all I'm saying. It's worse than you think.
Yeah, no, I know. I've heard your horror stories.
So page
I
35,
Give 'em a page.
I feel your
Okay.
pain.
for procedures for appealing school disciplinary consequences, okay, includes suspension, and it includes, that sheet there includes suspension, it includes alternative placement to a traditional school, and it includes alternative placement to a non-traditional school for less than 1 semester. Understand that?
Can you put 18 weeks instead of a semester because a kid might get assigned?
I can say 18 weeks,
Yeah.
okay? Then you're creating a third sheet that says procedures for appealing school disciplinary consequences for alternative placement to a non-traditional school for 18 weeks or more. and it looks exactly like 35, but when you get to the bottom of the box of 35, it then gives you the right to go to the school board. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Understand that?
Just a question, how many expulsion hearings typically come before the board per year versus the total number of
I don't think we had any this year, did we?
We normally, it depends, but
to see the amount of times, like that's the most severe sanction that the person would want to.
We don't see very many.
less than 10, I would say.
I would say in the last, probably.
We had a little.
We had a
little
little
flurry of them
flurry
once.
of them when we were right before the transition to the new superintendent, and then, but before that, I didn't have an expulsion hearing probably for the first 7 or 8 years of my time on the board.
Single digits, so single digits every year.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So, the exemption for those hearings where it's closed to the public and not subject to sunshine
Right.
is under the code for expulsions.
Correct.
So Mr. Harmon and I need to look into whether there's the ability, whether these need to be closed or whether they're going to be open. Because
So
this is
if the law allows them to be open, are we allowed to close them? That's the question.
It's not that the law would allow it. Well, that's a great question. For expulsions, a parent can have it open, and you would have to allow it. Otherwise, it is exempt, and you can't just choose to have it open.
We can't choose, the parent can choose.
For
expulsion.
For alternative placements, that is not an express exemption under the Sunshine Act, so you could not choose to close it.
We could not choose to close it. So I guess what we're saying is for that sheet, the new page that's talking alternative placement to a non-traditional school equal to or greater than 18 weeks, I think that page needs to say on it, unless you find something different, right? That it is not exempt from the Sunshine Law, and it would be open to the public. Okay? So unless you find something different, which I don't think you're going to find, then you need to add that on the page that talks about alternative placement to a non-traditional school for greater than or equal to 18 weeks. It needs to say on there, this is not exempt, it's not exempt from the Sunshine Law, and this will be open to the public. Okay? Right?
Yes, and then there's some nuances when you hear those cases that you'll have to take into consideration.
Yeah.
For and student privacy, even though it's open and the student can be standing at the podium in front of you, there still are some implications that.
Sure. So if you can, one of the two of you are together, if you can draw those things up so that we have those, so administratively we understand what those hearings look like. I don't think it needs to be in the code of conduct, but we need to understand as we're having those hearings what that hearing needs to look like.
Well, and not only that, the student and the parents need to understand what that hearing looks like, and if they're willing to subject their student to a public hearing. I mean, that's really, they need to know that.
They need to know that on that page, that this is what this looks like. I also think, as we do that any case that we have open, where we have somebody who has an alternative placement to a non-traditional school for greater than or equal to 18 weeks, after this goes through rulemaking, after the hearing and after the first read and after the second read, and the final adoption, I think then a letter needs to go to anybody. So if Terry Harmon did something and he's in spring break and he's alternatively placed at a non-traditional school for the rest of last year and all of last year, I think Mr. Harmon's parents need to get a letter that says, based on the action of the school board, at your option, you are now entitled to a hearing, you are now entitled to one more step, which is a hearing in front of the school board, and this is what that means. That it is not exempt from Sunshine Law, it will be open to the public. If you're interested in doing this, please contact us at this phone number and we'll get it scheduled for you. What do you all think of that? I mean, I don't think it's so much clawing back as it is giving everybody the same opportunity that one person has. Because if they're currently there, I would hate for that to, okay?
Madam Chair, can I ask a quick question? So just imagine, this is a reality. Say a child gets suspended in April. They're 10 days. The 10 days goes into a little bit of May.
Right.
But they're going to alternative, they need to be placed for alternative school.
Right.
So it's 18 weeks going to be the second week of May, those 3 weeks, and
It
then
doesn't
15.
count, it doesn't count the suspension piece.
Correct.
Suspension is different. It only accounts the alternative placement to
So is
the
it
other
3
school.
weeks to finish the year and then only 15 weeks into the next semester?
Correct.
It's always
If
just
it's 18 weeks,
It's
18
just-
weeks at another school, you're on another teacher's
That's what I just
roster,
want to make sure. So if it's
means
all-
that this happens.
It could be
So if
suspended
Terry
and
does
it's
something
18
wrong
weeks.
in April,
They
right?
might go
And
back
he may be out of school suspension for 10 days. We don't count the 10 days that he's out of school suspension. Because the 10 days that we have him, either in Altos or sitting at home doing video games, the 10 weeks that we don't have him, he does not have a placement at the alternative school. But as soon as we place him in
So
an
it's just
alternative
18
school,
weeks.
it's 18 weeks or greater.
It won't be, doesn't matter what time of the semester they come back.
18 weeks.
Come back a week before the 9 weeks ends.
18 weeks.
And just to be clear, during the period of time the student is suspended 10 days, they elect to have a hearing to challenge their 18-week alternative placement. I would presume that obviously you're not going to have a school board hearing with justifiable notice to the student before the student is to enroll at the alternative school. The student would go to the alternative school pending the school board hearing. Is that
Yes.
what? Okay.
Yes.
And
The same way that any appeal process goes, you follow whatever you're supposed to be doing while you appeal it. It doesn't mean you get to pretend it never happened while you're appealing it. It doesn't mean you're at limbo, sitting at home watching video games. Or playing video games.
And Madam Chair,
Yes.
for the retroactive ones,
Yes?
then it's the same standard. They will stay in place while their parents
Yes.
with this.
Yes. Right?
Yes.
Yes, because that's the same standard that we would apply to anybody. So that if you, Terry Harmon, got 10 days, you did something 1st of April, you got 10 days of out-of-school suspension, then we assigned you to an alternative school that was a non-traditional school for the rest of last year and for the first semester of the first 18 weeks of this year. You now meet the requirements of somebody who got an alternative placement for 18 weeks or greater. You keep going to that alternative, non-traditional school, and you can now appeal it to us, and you might get your sentence cut short and sent back, or something will happen to you.
And we will confirm the legality of that clawback that you
Okay.
just made. Parameters, I think we both understand exactly what you're saying, but we'll just make sure before acting on that the law would otherwise prevent that.
Okay, and if you find that the clawback is not legal, then I'm curious as to whether the law is silent or mentions somebody appealing something before it's gone through rulemaking. Because we have hearings that are gonna be happening before rulemaking is complete.
Mrs. Roberts, we understand. We
Right.
understand your statement.
Okay. So Teresa, you wanna continue on? Or you have anything else on this?
No, I'm just gonna ask you, are we going through this whole agenda, or are we just gonna finish code of conduct, because it's already 7:12? And we also have an executive session we didn't finish.
Well, I have a couple. I do
Well,
have
let's
some
get through
things
this
that we're
first,
gonna,
and we'll see. I have to find an agenda.
I have some additional comments, and I know that we don't have another opportunity to say them before
our next.
Yeah, so,
Was
just.
this coming to the board?
This is coming during the two trim things, correct?
When did they approve?
Next week is the first
Well,
read.
they've been advertised.
Okay.
Yeah, it's already been
So
advertised.
as long as we're doing just this tonight, but not getting into board policy.
We're not doing the board policy, we will do the attorney
Okay.
roles and
Okay, that's what I
responsibilities.
want to know.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, so, do you want me to, Ms. Ilucci, do you want, I just had a couple of things.
Before she finishes her
Oh,
stuff?
yeah, sorry. I thought we were just kind of, we
No,
skipped right to that.
We got waylaid on 3335. So, the attorneys can, and Teresa, thank you. So we only have a couple other things. We have 1940, 84, and then some throughout.
What page are we on?
So we're on page 19 and 40, is that correct, Teresa?
Yes, ma'am.
19 and 40.
Page 19 and 40, talking about the level 2 responses and sanctions on page 19, and the bus riding privileges on page 38. Teresa, take it away.
If we,
Let me see if I have any comments on it.
on page 40, we have the policy 561004, which is the suspension of bus riding. We had talked at our last workshop, and Ms. Deventhaler and I met with Mr. Harmon via Zoom on June 14th to get clarification. Originally, in our level 2 sanctions and responses, we had bus suspension up to 5 days or less, and there was a question because the policy said not to exceed 10. Mr. Harmon did say that it was sufficient and it met the policy, legally met the policy. However, it was a request to change the bus suspension from the 5 days or less to the 10 days or less to match policy 5610 on 621, and so I do have that noted in here as well, that was changed on level 2. On page 84, tab 84, we do have the House Bill, Parent Bill of Rights. Again, once that, we have a hyperlink at the top, and once that is in the legislative form, we will hyperlink it to Florida Online Sunshine. Ms. Powers did submit on 621 some minor edits on a hard copy. That was noted, and what I did was went through throughout the book, made any changes that I could, and noted them throughout the book in the margin that I had changed them per Ms. Powers' request. Also throughout the book, Ms. Roberts had requested on 6.2 that an asterisk be placed in front of alternative placement throughout the document and insert a text box with the following language: that students initially assigned to alternative placement for more than a semester may present their case to the school board by requesting a hearing, and that was also completed.
And you will change that now based on what we're saying. So that
Yes,
will
ma'am.
now say,
I will go back through, and what I do is go back through and listen to this meeting again and take notes, and then I will go back through and make all the appropriate changes.
okay. So that box, and Mr. George, you understand what that box needs to say, equal to or greater than 18 weeks, blah, 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 et cetera, et
And then
cetera.
what do we
With the thing
call
that
it?
talks about the sunshine law.
Alternative.
It's an alternative placement to a non-traditional school for greater than or equal to 18 weeks. It's that piece that they have the ability to present their case to the school board, and then it needs another sentence that says about the sunshine, that it's not exempt from the sunshine law, and whether it says that FERPA will be followed, student privacy and FERPA will be followed, but it needs some lawyerese in the box, so it's, okay. All right, Mrs. Powers, you had other stuff.
Okay, starting back, I'm sorry, on page 2, I had something about, let me just go, and I didn't. So on the, let's see, 4th paragraph, it says, the last sentence, it says alternative, page 2. It says alternative programs / settings may implement additional policies and rules that are more restrictive and or may not apply to other schools. So I just was curious about the approval process. I mean, if we're going to have a code of conduct, separate code of conduct for alternative schools, then
That's still our code of conduct. That should probably come to the board, just like any other code of conduct. I'm sure that it's.
So I can speak to that. There is not an additional code of conduct for alternative school. This is our school board district policy, this code of conduct that is approved by the school board. Alternative schools sometimes do not afford same opportunities such as athletics and clubs and things of that nature, so they're a little bit more restrictive than a comprehensive school. Most of the time, students are not allowed to go back and participate in their comprehensive school and attend those activities because they were removed from that campus. So that's basically what that means. They're put on a contract, I guess, with the outline of the expectations of the alternative school.
Okay, so maybe we should not have that language there that they're going to implement additional policies and rules, that becomes part of their behavioral contract that they agree to or something, because if we're going to create policies, then they need to come to the board.
Yeah, I think you just delete that sentence, Teresa.
Sure. Can you just, and I apologize, I was trying to find the policies, Mrs. Powers, and again.
It's on page 2,
It's the
overview.
fifth paragraph that starts school administration.
Yeah, and it's the
It's the
last
last
sentence of the 5th paragraph.
Next to the comments.
I will remove that entire sentence.
Yeah.
Because only the board makes policy.
Yeah.
We only do procedure.
What else you got, Marcia?
And I think there were a couple of other places. So, page 6. First comment.
Page 6.
I know, I'm trying to find exactly what it was.
Okay.
Sorry, I had
That's
page
all right, we're
6.
patient.
First comment.
Like to thank the Neola people for coming and apologize that.
So, when it talks about also see your children's school student handbook for school-specific expectations. What does that mean?
Yes.
I just kind of like, we should probably define that. That's not anything that would change the school district-wide code of conduct. It's just separate expectations.
Correct. Typically, they're the PBIS expectations.
Okay.
So each school has their own PBIS expectations.
Okay.
And so that's, and also sometimes some different rules on, elementary schools are a little bit different regarding bus loops and parent drop-off and pickup. So what I do is my office sends out a template to all elementary schools, all middle schools, and all high schools with all of the district from Code of Conduct and Student Progression Plan. And then we have the school principals insert school site specific guidelines, and then that's sent to Mr. LaBarbera for a overview and a look before it's posted.
So
Sure, and I also think, don't mean to interrupt, but so that would be like dress code or something like that. So I think all of those things, in full disclosure, need to be going through the superintendent's office and need to be posted as all those other documents and everything else is posted, so that everybody kind of knows that it's something, so that if you have a kid that's at Citrus Grove, you can, and you only see Citrus Groves, that you will be able to kind of see everybody. Because that's a lot of what we end up getting is why is the rule different at your school than at my school? So if you can see it all in one place, then at least you know what it is. And we're not like acting like
going overboard, but whatever.
So number 12 on at the end of that section, essential partners, I guess. It says, it's on the next page, but it's the only item. It says both parents have the right to access a minor student's records and information and are provided information of what's happening. I think we should add because an 18-year-old student, and we have a lot of those who get in trouble, they can give permission to their parent under FERPA to access their record if they're 18 years old. So parents need to know that just because their child isn't a minor anymore and they just happen to turn 18 during their senior year, they're still entitled to see their record if this 18-year-old student. This makes it sound like only minor children are allowed to have their parent with them.
If the 18-year-old student gives permission, is what you're saying.
Yeah, they have to get permission.
Where are you looking? I didn't.
Number 12.
There's no page number, Ms. Deffeller, because it's not formatted yet, but it's the page right before number 6.
It's like number 8 and the page 8 in the PowerPoint.
Okay.
She's got it.
Okay, page 15.
First, yeah, that was the first one.
I will put a note in there on how to access an adult student over the age of 18, how to access their records.
Page 15. Page 15, the confiscation of an item with or without return to parent. You put a comment in there, and which I think should just be added, about that parents know if it's confiscated by law enforcement. Like, we're not just going to hold on to something if the parent comes and asks for it, only if law enforcement considers it contraband.
Right, if law enforcement considers it evidence and they need to go through the law enforcement process, if we confiscate it, and we would return it to the parent, unless it's something that obviously is illegal.
Just tell me what it says.
It says
It's
confiscation of an item with or without return to parent, and then I did question it, and she said if an item is being held by law enforcement as contraband or evidence, the school is not the decision maker to return it.
Okay.
In Mrs. Powers, the school would not return something to a parent if, like I said, if it was like an illegal item or something like that. That would be the only time we would not return a confiscated item.
And then I also think that there should be an overall statement, sort of like what they added to the end of this, every single thing about parental notification and approval of interventions and withdrawal of privileges and all of that. There's, I made that note somewhere around page 15, but I don't know what page it was.
Withdrawal of privileges which may include but not be limited to computer access, participation in extracurricular activities, bus riding privileges and/or parking privileges, etc. That?
Well, and I think there just needs, and I say at the end of this, there just needs to be an overall statement about parental notification, general statement about the ability to participate in any hearings, meetings, and approval for interventions.
And you're saying that's on page 15. I did note that through the intervention process several times on the overview and then also in the intervention page. I can link that to here as well if you would like. I can find where you are. Referral to MTSS team, is that what?
Yeah, well, those are interventions, and I also think that anywhere there's due process, the parent's right to participate if they want in any meetings, and when their child is being questioned, or if they're going into some sort of appeal.
I may need further clarification on that, Mrs. Powers. Do you mind if maybe I reach out to you directly?
Oh, of course.
Okay.
Of course. Page 24. Let me see. The student, okay, it says the student will be also reported to law enforcement. Note, elementary students may receive same consequences. However, all discipline recommendations will be reviewed at the district level prior to final decisions. I think if it's going to be for suspended for 10 days and recommended for expulsion, it should be reviewed by the superintendent. Those will be coming.
Right. So statutorily, any recommendation for expulsion goes to the superintendent to make the decision to recommend to the board.
Okay. Yeah, it just needs to say that. I don't think it really says that in that little statement on the bottom of page 27. It's page 24 numbered, but 27 in the PowerPoint.
So in the procedures for expulsion, that's where it would be noted for the superintendent to make the recommendation. So I'm looking, and maybe I'm looking at the wrong page, I'm looking at procedures for in-school suspension.
I'm looking at level 4 infraction at the bottom of the last paragraph, in level 4 infraction in bold.
Middle school and high school students for the following infractions, that paragraph? For the following infractions, a student will be suspended for a minimum of 10 days and recommended for expulsion. The student will also be reported to law enforcement for prosecution. Elementary students may receive the same consequences. However, all disciplinary recommendations will be reviewed at the district level prior to final decisions being made. And you want that to say?
Superintendent should be doing expulsion.
Are you okay with me? Please refer to page such and such for the expulsion or out-of-school suspension, expulsion, and alternative ed procedures.
Yeah, I don't care
Or
how
should
we
it just
do
say
it.
be reviewed by the superintendent? But then that's saying it's only for elementary students. It should have a sentence that says that all expulsions are reviewed by the superintendent.
Page 27, which is 30 in the policy, and that goes back to that policy, which I know we're going to be looking at. My note was, and I can clarify this with you later, Ms. Ilucci, that parents may be present. Notification to include the right of the parent to be present during questioning and informal hearing, if they request to be. Same on page 28 about the parents may be present. And
So I just want to bring up that conversation, Mrs. Powers, if you don't mind. Again, when it comes to anything that the school is investigating for safety and security purposes that are happening on the campus, typically law enforcement, SRO, and administrator will not wait for a parent to get there before they talk to their student. By law, they are given that right to do that, administrative law and civilly. So I'm going to need clarification from the board if we want them to wait for parents to get there before we question.
Well, and I'm thinking if there's any kind of hearing or informal hearing, that's when I would think that the parents should have the right to be there, not necessarily when you're figuring out when two kids get into an altercation or something, but that if there is any kind of procedure where a decision is going to be made.
What page are you on?
28.
Starting where?
I didn't write it on this, so I'm sorry.
Where is it on 28?
Sorry.
It's a procedure for what? For in-school suspension?
This is for out-of-school suspension.
Procedure for out-of-school suspension. What box?
What box is it?
I'm looking. Hold on.
The first
right
box.
on. I don't print mine out.
First box says a student violates. Second box says prior to a suspension. Third one says a good faith effort. Fourth one says the principal or designee. Next one says except in cases of emergency. The last box says a student shall be given an opportunity.
Student should begin there to make us no.
Then there's notes.
I don't remember. I'll have to get back with you on that one.
It's on that page.
Sure, no problem.
Because I made a note and I can't remember what it was.
So I do note informal hearing in the alternative education placement review. There is an informal hearing there, and there's an informal hearing in the expulsion process. That typically happens with a staff member from student services with the parent, and obviously if the parent, we always encourage the student to come, but they have the option to not bring the child.
So both of those parents are there, or one of those parents are there?
Sometimes both, sometimes one.
You give the option, in other words.
Right.
Just so I had mentioned in the last about the parent guardian, there's a couple of places where it's still not parent or guardian, and then also
that throughout the document.
on number 2 on page 29, just the notification to be in writing by mail and email. I know the requirement, and phone. And then this is where page 30 is number 1, is the parent at this point, this is where the parent or guardian to be able to be involved. And I can talk to you about that.
So the part where it says the principal or designee will hold an informal hearing to give the student an opportunity to explain their side of the story, that's their due process part. So if I hear Victoria and Mike got into a scuffle in the cafeteria, I would call them down and then say, can you tell me what happened in the cafeteria today, with Mike, and what happened in the cafeteria today with Victoria, and I'd have them write a statement. So I can change informal hearing if you don't like that verbiage, but that's actually the investigation piece.
Can't be involved in that.
Well, if it's an informal hearing, if it's a hearing of some sort, then the parents should be present.
Yeah,
If it's an investigation,
Change the verbiage then, yeah.
So these changes that you're making that we don't have here, if you can highlight them in yellow, so when we see them at the
Yeah, we're gonna need to.
next week, we'll know what was changed, since,
We'll have them ahead of time. right?
yeah, we'll have them ahead of time, but just so that, because, and then if we significantly change them, then we have to redo the advertising piece and start that piece over.
And just one other note, so throughout the document, we talk about alternative placement, and then we also talk about alternative setting, and now we have a new language with what was it?
It's alternative placement to a non-traditional school for greater than or equal to 18 weeks.
So we just need to make sure that it's consistent, like what.
Alternative setting, yeah.
So the last board workshop, there was a request to call it alternative setting, so I started to make that change. And then when I did finally meet with you, Ms. Robertson, we talked about it, then we said the alternative placement. And then I know Mr. George said reassignment, so I will certainly make it consistent throughout.
So whatever they say to do, the attorney says to call it, I'm good with that.
Okay. Anything else? We all good with that? We're good?
Yes, ma'am.
So you'll mark anything that you change in yellow so that we'll know what that looks like.
I also have several board policies for your review as well on these attachments. What is up for approval is 5500 student conduct, 5611 the due process, and our 5511, which is our dress code. That might be, if you want to take the first one for dress code. The only request that I had for dress code was to add the language from Florida Statute 1011.78 by Ms. Deffenthaler, and I did add that on the second page. Thank you. Everything else remains the same.
Is it on our list?
I gave everyone a hard copy.
There we have it.
I have a 5500 in my packet. Where am I supposed to be looking? Is it before or after that?
It was on board docs,
Yeah, it's in my pocket here.
and I think they're in the packet too, because I have.
Is it in the front of the packet now?
They're all around.
The thing, the grand reveal that you gave to us, is it in here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 5511. Okay, it's in the thing that has the tabs on it.
Yeah,
I don't have that.
it was separate, I think.
Put this on.
Yeah, I have it.
Here, Marcia.
Here, I got it. I got it in my.
Okay, this is 5511.
So once again, nothing changed other than the request of Ms. Deffenthaler to add language from Florida Statute 1011.78, which was done.
Thank you.
That's marked in yellow, is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anybody have any questions on that? Only thing that we changed is on the second page after the number 11, marked in yellow, that says as stated in Florida Statute 1011.78, and then enumerate 6 things. It's in section C, called procedures. Got that? Everybody okay with that? Okay, next. 5500 student conduct.
The only thing that I will look through this before I put it up for our first read will be any changes that we just currently made for the alternative placement, just to make sure it's consistent. I don't believe there is anything in here that would affect it, but I will make sure to give it a double look.
So you're going to give us this for the first read next week with new language that isn't here yet, right?
Only if this refers back to alternative school setting. which I see there, it does.
There's going to be a lot of stuff new in this.
Yeah, there is.
So I'll just need to make sure it's consistent with what we're putting in the code of conduct now.
Okay, and if you could mark that in green or another color so that we know that it's something that you changed from what we're looking at here, okay?
Orange, whatever.
The only thing you can see is on the yellow are staff recommendations where I removed Second Chance School. Second Chance School is a DJJ program, which we don't have, so that's why I removed that. The blue is Neola's recommendations.
Okay, next one is 5611, due process rights. And so in this one, you have the student subject to suspension, you have student subject to alternative placement exceeding 1 semester, and student subject to expulsion. So that student subject to alternative placement exceeding 1 semester will be changed to the
18
new
weeks.
language, correct? And it will say, students subject to an alternative placement to a non-traditional school of greater than or equal to 18 weeks. Blah, 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 right?
Yes.
And I just have one question about the students subject to suspension. There's in one part we say that you'll be given the opportunity to explain your side, and then it says an appeal may be addressed to the principal whose decision will be final. But it doesn't say anything about notifying the parents about the appeal process, or we're just giving. But the suspension starts at the end of the day. I don't know how due process can really take place with parental notification, with a suspension happening. If something happens at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and they're suspended the next day.
So the due process is afforded to the student. It's the opportunity to give their side of the story. So for instance, if something happens on the bus ride home today from school, and Tony gets into a fight, and they call me at school and say Tony was in a fight with so-and-so today on the bus, I cannot call mom as a school administrator and say Tony cannot come, he is suspended for 3 days, 5 days because he had a fight on the bus. Because I had not had an opportunity to give Tony his side of the story, which is his due process, to tell me what happened on the bus. I can call mom and ask her to bring Tony in to meet me so that I can get his side of the story. So that the appeal process is something, this is just that due process part that gives you the right to tell your side before we make a decision.
Well, that's not what this says, though. This says that, and we went through this with, in fact, one of the judges locally that had this issue happen, that they were not afforded due process because when you say the principal or designee will hold an informal hearing and give the student an opportunity to explain, and then it says the principal or designee will make a good faith effort to inform the student parent by phone. An appeal may be addressed to the principal whose decision will be final. So there's not only the explanation of their side, but then the appeal. And that there's just no way that that can happen if you suspend the very next day, depending on the time of day that it happened. There's a timing thing, so, and if there's going to be an appeal process, parents probably need to know about it.
If you'd like, I can direct them to the code of conduct. So the appeal process is outlined in the code of conduct, where it does say we'll make a good faith effort in the 48 hours to meet with you, hear your, and I put good faith because sometimes there's extenuating circumstances to why they can't meet within those 2 days. The informal hearing, again, I can change that to meet with the student. That's just Neola. This was Neola's template. That's how they describe an opportunity to tell your side of the story. I can change it to the principal or designee will meet with the student and hear that student's side of the story.
Well, I don't want to change this. I just want to make sure that all these things there's time to implement them before the actual punishment is in place, because that's not how it's truly happening. So I'm fine with what it says, but first of all, there has to be parental notification if you're going to suspend a kid, and then if you're going to appeal it. So I just want to make sure that the timing is right, so we're not caught saying, oh, we didn't even follow our own policy and give them due process, which this is all part of due process.
I can certainly note there to please refer to the student code of conduct, out of school suspension procedures if you like. I don't want to give a page number because then it could change next year, which means we would have to look at changing the policy again. But I can certainly link it if you'd like to where that process is outlined.
Yeah, just maybe, Mr. George, if you could take a look at that as well and figure it out.
Mrs. Powers. So the question, just to make sure I understand it correctly, so Terry and I in 7th period get into a fist fight. So the principal, the school is doing their investigation, but the suspension goes into place, so it is in place while the process goes forward because Terry and I
Okay,
acted
let me
violently.
just
That's
explain,
right.
let me just tell you real life something that happened. A student in the cafeteria tosses a water bottle, gets called to the principal's office, gets 1 day suspension. By the time the parents knew anything about it, the suspension was already over. The kid was home and suspended the next day. They didn't come to school the next day. The punishment was already completed. They got 1 day of suspension. And believe me, it was one of our local judges. And I'm just saying we need to clarify it. If we're going to say that, then let's just make it right and do it right. I don't want to be getting that situation again.
And Mrs. Powers, are you wanting a separate process for when it's a 10-day suspension as opposed to a 1 or 2 day where there's not likely to be rights for parents to engage in the process?
Well, is there not a right of the parent to engage in the process, whether it's 1 day or it's 20 days? It shouldn't matter. A suspension is a suspension.
Under this language, and that's why I'm trying to clarify what we would be changing under this language, the suspension is in place and there's a good faith effort to get to the student's parents. So on your 1 day example, then the 1 day is up and parent contact may or may not have happened.
We can talk about this separately, because I don't think you're...
So
Yeah.
why couldn't you have, may I, Madam Chair?
Sure,
Thank you.
have at
So
it.
if there's a disciplinary action against the student, wouldn't you just contact the parent from the onset of the disciplinary action? Say, hey, there's going to be a disciplinary action, there's going to be an investigation, blah, 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 voicemail, phone, whatever, email, all of the above.
So typically what happens is the administrators are dealing with the incident as it occurs. So what we have found is if we call without the information, and I just tell you so-and-so was involved in a situation, well, what happened? What, can you tell? Well, I don't have that information yet. Well, you're telling me they're involved in the situation, how come you don't know this information? So what we do is we get that information first. Because I may be alarming you for something that maybe your child wasn't even involved in. Once I dig into it and I got the facts, Mike wasn't involved. So we get that first and then we call. Typically, if they cannot reach a parent, they will call the emergency contacts and simply say, we are trying to reach so-and-so. We don't give them information regarding the child, but can you reach them or can you have them call us? We do have to talk to them about an incident that happened at school. In the case that Mr. George is talking about, something that happened 7th period, if they've gotten to the bottom of it and they've suspended to the next day, yes, they will make that contact. Typically, they're not going to leave that information on a voicemail either, but they will say, can you return the call? A letter is sent home with the child in the book bag, so if they're talking with the child, they do have that letter that says they are suspended, and we also follow the statute that says we must mail it, so it is mailed. We can also follow up on email to say, can you please call?
By the time you mail it and get it to the parent, it's 3 days later. It does no good, that notification. I know We can talk about this offline.
We mail it because it's required.
I know, that's what the
You
statute
mailed it,
said.
you made a phone call, and you put it in the backpack.
Right, they're given a letter that says you're suspended, and it says the terms you cannot be on the Martin County School
But you're
District
giving
property.
it in all different ways.
Yes.
I don't look at my kids back. Yeah.
There again, it's just so much on school officials.
Yeah.
If you didn't know this, sometimes parents don't have their phone either.
Correct. And
They don't answer their
sometimes
phone.
we have had students
People
that are
work, too.
suspended that do come to school, and again, if they haven't reached the parent, what they'll do is they'll hold the student, and then they do try, sometimes the SRO will go out to try to meet the parent and say you need to call the school.
And, just for the record, this says, the school board recognizes the importance of safeguarding a student's constitutional rights. So if we're gonna say something and we're gonna say that we're gonna have due process, then we better have due process and it better be able to hold up. If not, let's don't say it.
You can take that off.
Can you take that out, Tony?
The Mercury School District would disregard that.
I'd want to know why it was put in.
Madam Chair.
For that, so let them know.
You start with the two better ensure the appropriate process.
Tony's asking a question, wants to say something.
Sorry.
Madam Chair, so I just want to clarify that the level of required steps by the district, so the due process for the lower end of the infractions, that is the right for the student to tell their story. It's not the same kind of due process that would be for an event where Dr. Millay would ultimately be recommending something much more severe.
But that's not what this says. So if that's what it's meant and that's what we're implementing, then we need to change this so that it accurately reflects what we're what the requirements are.
So Tony,
If it
do you have to
means,
call it due process? Do you have to call it due process? Does it legally have to be called due process, or is there someone who does?
It is
Okay.
within the due process arena, but it's for the
I
smaller
understand what it's for, I'm
infractions.
just trying to figure out another way to say it so that, yeah. Are we done now?
Don't be packing up, we're not done.
I know, we're done with this though, right?
No, we still have dress code, right?
Oh, you just said you did dress.
Oh, we did dress code. Yeah, so that's the end of the policies, is that correct, Teresa?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, now our next item is attorney roles and responsibilities. We're skipping the discussion of school board policy since. Huh? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for reviewing them. So you have in your packet, you have a list of who we have as attorneys. And this is as of May.
You're good. There's a lot of stuff here.
Do what?
I'm encroaching in his space.
Oh. So if you look up here, as of May 26, what is the first one? It's called legal fees report. Can you turn them? So as of May 26, we pretty much have 5 attorneys, or 5 firms. So we have Mr. George, we have Carmen Beauchamp and Sang, we have Ford and Harrison, we have Fox McCluskey, and we have Sniffen and Spellman. Correct?
Fort Harrison's gone. That we finished.
But they're gone. Right?
Where are they at?
Yeah.
It's on this
That
list.
was Tammy. She finished last year.
Remember Tammy who did the. And this is fees for 21-22 as of May 26, 2022. Mr. George is not working pro bono as of May 26. We hadn't had any fees, I guess, right? Is that correct? Or were you working pro bono?
So on May 31st is where you got my fees from August 2nd through May 31st. And that amount was 16,000 and change, but all of you received that. And give me 1 second, get my reading glasses. So that was $16,322.91.
Okay.
The July portion would have shown up for me under Fox McCluskey.
Okay. So anyway, so the board needs to have a discussion as to how we want to deal with attorneys and representation. So right now, what we really have is we have a board attorney, we have a negotiating attorney, we have ESE, correct?
Well, Stifford & Spellman, that firm helps us, they get one portion, helps us with negotiation. They have a special ed arm, and they have the whole regular education law. So like that piece, they've helped for years, like special ed for years. This year they picked up more general law with us, and then Spellman of that firm does negotiations.
Okay. Then we have Fox McCluskey, we have Tyson, who does, what do? You do real estate mainly for us? You're dealing mostly with real estate things, and you fill in for board attorney when we don't have somebody who can attend the meetings. Then we have Mr. George, who does board attorney, and general questions that board members call you for, right?
Correct, and that all falls under the area of school board attorney. Yes.
Right, okay.
That's Tony Gonzalez. Rare.
And then we have Carmen Beauchamp and Sang, which is Tony Gonzalez, who, when the superintendent needs to be represented by somebody who is not somebody who is specifically for the district, that's where that representation comes from. Okay, so what we're looking at, and other districts, of course, that other districts have hired an attorney and have an in-house attorney and go through that whole process where they eliminate some of these other pieces. So they're eliminating, say, the negotiations, the special ed, maybe not the special ed, the education law, and the board attorney piece, and they have that person that's here. So in your packet, you have lists of what their qualifications are, what their CV, what they do, what we know about them, etc. And I guess at this point, we're looking at, are we happy with the way things are going? Do we want to change the way things are going? Do you want to hear from, I know that there was a question at one point as to, there's a difference when we have a appointed superintendent as opposed to an elected superintendent. When there's an elected superintendent, there can often be conflict between an attorney that thinks that they're working for the superintendent. So imagine, who were those two guys that we had before? What were their names?
Joe.
Oh, Joe and Blake.
Joe and Blake.
So when we had the Joe and Blake people, Joe and Blake were the in-house attorneys, but they were working for the superintendent, not this superintendent, but for the elected superintendent. So often, they weren't necessarily working for the board. It became a situation where the board would be in one direction and maybe they would be in the other direction. Now that our superintendent is hired by us, we're really all on the same team, and we really, that contracts that we have with attorneys, the contract is that the board has hired the attorney. The only time that becomes an issue is if the superintendent needs to present something where the board attorney needs to represent the board and can't be representing both people at the same time.
So in cases like that in the past, the superintendent brought in a separate attorney to represent the superintendent.
Like Gonzalez, for example,
Right.
yes.
So, I guess if that kind of situation came up again, then the superintendent could hire an attorney.
Like, say, Gonzalez or
Right.
somebody,
Yeah,
who we have a contract with that he would be able
Yeah.
to do that.
But, we've gone through this several times over the last 10 years I'm on the board, and it seems like every few years we say, all right, are we doing it right? Can we do it any better? I remember when we had Kim was our... Kim
Sable.
Sable, yeah, she was the attorney.
Oh, I
And she-
remember her.
And she did all the negotiating, and she did labor law, I think, or...
She was she was a staff attorney.
She was a staff attorney.
But she did the negotiation.
She did the negotiations, and then when she left, we decided that we wanted to hire a separate attorney an outside attorney, to do labor negotiations, and it generally worked out pretty good for us. Obviously, we've been through a few of them, but it generally worked out pretty good, although it did change the dynamic. Because back when Kim, it's funny, because when Miss Sable was the attorney, you know, they were like, oh, she's mean to us, and there were negotiations, and then when we had somebody else, they said, oh, they're even meaner.
When we had Joe, yeah, that was
we had
even-
Joe, and that was even, forget about it.
Well, you didn't want to listen to me when we had Joe. So I will say to you that I still think, well, first of all, I think it costs more money to contract. I know that some positions we need to contract for. I do think it was very effective when we had a staff attorney, such as Kim Sable, whether it was her or not, because I really feel, and she did negotiations, which I think they were doing a good job with that, but also they were there to help administrators at school sites, besides the superintendent, with legal advice for personnel type issues and any other type question that we had. So I still feel, it's my opinion, that we should have at least one staff attorney, but that's Dr. Millay, that's, up to him. Because I do think the staff could use an attorney, and I've heard that staff would like to use an attorney or ask an attorney questions. However, it sounds like it's very easy for them to ask Mr. Harmon sometimes, but it really isn't, because they can't just dial Mr. Harmon without telling the superintendent that they want to call Mr. Harmon, because that wouldn't work that way.
Do they call Mr. Harmon without letting you know?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Usually they need to let me know. And here's the only reason. We have to develop better. We're working on it. We're getting there. Our personnel department, our professional standards, they have to get to the level where they know how to solve problems.
I get that.
Often we were having to call too much, I noticed, out on things we should know. And that happens because everybody out there randomly calls, and they're not going, like if they call me and
It's
they
already
say they
been
want to talk to
answered.
him, I want to find out what it was, so that way we solve it. So if another principal calls, or the deputy's with me, they can say, yes, here's how we deal with it. So it kind of just makes sure we're learning, and then we'll educate all principals, and it really depends at the end of the day on the quality. If they don't know a great ed school law, you can have somebody on staff, and we're going to still be calling a great school law, which is what we had to do.
So the reason that you've set up a process, an internal process to feed through you is so, for example, if Troy decided he had a question and he picked up the phone and called an attorney, regardless of which attorney he calls, and gets his answer, but then the next day Michael Main decides he has the exact same question, and he picks up the phone and calls and asks the exact same
We kind of
question.
need to help with some of that.
You would kind of have something so that it's like, okay, well, you knew that Troy asked that question, so you know that question's already been answered. And I see it in talking to Andrea Messina at Florida School Board Association. The other problem becomes if, whether it's us or whether it's staff, if Troy calls one attorney and gets one answer, and Michael Main calls a different attorney and gets a different answer, then we got two people who have two different answers.
Well, I think you have certain attorneys deal with certain issues, though.
Yeah, but even with certain attorneys dealing with certain issues, let's say if it's a contract issue, but it also is an ESE issue, So, I mean, I could see where you end up talking to two different people, getting two different answers. So Andrea's thing was that her comment was, the districts that use multiple attorneys, the way that we're doing this now, the board delineates who's responsible for which piece. So for example, right now we're talking about code of conduct and we're talking about student discipline, etc. And we've got two people here that are both attorneys that are both three. Well, we got another one. We got different people that are weighing in, and the answer that one person gives may be different than the answer that somebody else gives. So that if I pick up the phone and call one person and you pick up the phone and call a different person, we may be getting different answers and different information.
If you found somebody, and I'm sure there are people out there, maybe I'm not, you can tell me if I'm wrong, that specialize in school law and you had them on staff, you wouldn't have, I'm not saying we should have any of these attorneys because I do think they have specialties, but I still think it's costing the district more money to have everyone contracted and not having somebody, at least one attorney on staff who can, who can help with some of the answers that are not as specialized, let's put it that way. Whether it's me as a principal and need personnel issue information, because I didn't want it when you go to non-renew or do something that has legal ramifications, I want to know that I'm doing it right. I want that person to even come out and talk with me and maybe sometimes even sit in, because Kim Sable did sit in with me and teachers at times to make sure that I had my I's dotted, T's crossed type of thing. Now, if Tyson was an attorney in the position that he's in, because he's professional standards, then you would have, but he's not an attorney, he would have
Not
to ask.
this Tyson, the other Tyson.
Yeah. But I think that, not to diss the attorneys, but I think a highly qualified human resource professional can make those judgments the same as an attorney can.
Over time, that's what
Over
should happen.
time, if they're
That's what we're trying to do.
experienced and they understand, they typically, heads of HR for big companies typically are not attorneys. They are professionals that know the laws, know the rules, know all that information. So I think, yeah. So I think that those, the legal
I agree with you on that.
questions
but also,
can be quick and easy.
But I think the person can also help with negotiations rather than contracting it out. So that's my opinion, and I've said this many times before, and I've tried to, kind of give pros and cons. But that's
We may be able to do more of our own negotiation, honestly, with our own staff as we get.
Well, and
to
I
the
think
point
with
of
with that Florida labor relations thing that between Tyson and Julie will now be taken care of. I mean, I think that is a huge resource, and we'll be able to do that. But I can see your point, Victoria, that if you as a principal,
excuse me a minute, Julie doesn't have the labor relations yet, right? I mean, she's just going to take on an interim HR job.
she's taking on an interim.
But she doesn't have the background yet.
No, but she
Not that I don't
has-
think she could do the job.
I'm saying that whoever that person is in that job, whether it's Julie or somebody else, whoever's in that job, that's the natural person, the same as Carter. So we've got Carter, we've got Tyson, we've got HR that are interacting with Kevin up in Tallahassee, who does the Florida labor relations thing. When we had a question once at executive session, and we asked Tyson, can you get me the answer for this? Not this Tyson. When we asked Tyson, can you get me the answer for this? He could get the answer in like 2 minutes.
Yeah, but
I mean, but I can see your point of, for principals, people in the trenches, if you have a simple.
Or even district staff, so I'm not just talking about principals. Go ahead.
If you have what was I saying?
Sorry.
That's okay, it'll come back.
Highly qualified.
If you have a question, right, so let's say you're a principal, and you have a question, that the ability to get your question answered easily, if you don't have an attorney, because I don't know how many principals, for example, are calling
Well, they're not.
either Mr. George or Mr. Spellman and saying, hey, I need to know what to do about
That's
this.
the problem.
Well,
They
if
don't
it's
have
an,
anybody to call.
if it's an HR issue, they should be calling HR. And if the head or whoever does that in HR can't answer the question, then they should call the attorney and say, hey, we have a situation. And then they should relay it to you. I mean,
Well, we have, if I'll just interject, like what we have now, like how it's been Ginger, Dr. Featherstone, when we started this process, just so we get our handle on it, she had authorization. There was a couple people, but it's like if a principal's dealing with an issue, I want to make sure we know about it, and they could just call and say, they're going to get on the phone real quick together, just so we have district office, the principal right at the start, hearing the same thing, because sometimes the district office person could do the follow-up, and they're kind of learning, so then she could go back and report to, or Tyson Billwalk could be in that, and then they report at the next principal's meetings, here's something we're learning, so we were trying to build the capacity.
I get that. I think why Kim Sable was helpful, or the person in her position, was because she did labor relations, and she could help with personnel issues because of her background. She did both, so that's just what I feel worked better, but it's up to you, because.
Well, then at the last one I came over, not to disparage anyone, but like there was an attorney down in HR, and every little thing went to the attorney as opposed to, and I think because there was a lot of turnover in the process, as opposed to HR or others trying to work it out, it's like the attorney got in on everything.
Well,
I think it was the attorney.
Yeah, well, that was
Yeah,
why,
it
that's
shouldn't
what,
have done
that
that.
was the state where we had to like clean it up and get some good
Yes,
sound
and that
advice.
should never have happened.
Lean on your old attorney, Mr. George, he was very helpful.
That wasn't bad.
Yeah.
But that's because you didn't hire the right person.
Yeah.
So this,
So I don't know if you want to hear from any of the attorneys. We asked the attorneys to be here.
So
what the
I
board
did
wants
talk
to
to Andrea. I talked to Andrea, but
Yeah.
I also had I had a conversation with Tony George and with Terry Harmon, and both. You know, when I talked to Terry, just because not that I wanted to talk to him about our school board attorney, but kind of because I wanted his opinion on what this would look like collaboratively. But Terry, and I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but based on our conversation, that you still agree that the school board does need its own attorney. Specifically, but I don't think, but to your point, Ms. Roberts, I think we as a board need to delineate, okay, what are the responsibilities of each attorney that we are, because, I mean, quite honestly, this is pretty a bargain for an attorney, school board attorney.
it's half what it was when we took over, so the amount's way down. And we have had a lot of negotiation sessions that we usually wouldn't have.
Well, and with the role of Sniffen and Spellman, hopefully we're going to be able to get even that down more with negotiations, that we won't be negotiating as long, hopefully, one day. But I think that this is a good
So, Mr. Herman, did you want to address
process. Sure.
that? Please.
Just to kind of provide just kind of some clarification to the entire board about what our firm's done. Kind of the day-to-day is really to work with the superintendent. So Dr. Millay may have an issue with HR or an issue with a student or a lawyer calls. I've worked with Ms. Falls on policy issues. Dr. Featherstone and I have talked a couple of times about kind of a quirky custody-related issue. Lisa Estevez will consult with me on the ESC. That's how I first started working with you all, was in the ESC realm. Ms. Sessa when it comes to a risk management related issue, but it's more at the director administrator level. I'm not just chatting it up with assistant principals. It's more once an issue elevates past the school-based level and now it's got to district administration. Those are the discussions that I've had. So it's been more of your, really what a staff attorney would do. And if you look at our fee agreement, our scope of work says that we are to work at the direction of the superintendent. So, and then we've got the separate, which is the labor piece. But that discussion about what does a staff attorney do, I remember the very first thing we did when we came on board is we had a Zoom meeting and I met with all the different administrators to learn who's who. And I mean, we usually only talk once it's got to a little bit of an issue level. It's not phone calls about minor stuff generally. I would say in terms of looking at our fees up there, that would be for all of 2021, 2022 inclusive of bargaining. I would say that the going rate for an in-house school board attorney is probably at or above that, plus salary, plus benefits. So, and that's not the case all around, but
Who would get a staff attorney?
you could get a staff, well, I can't speak for everybody, but I think if you try to get a staff attorney who has board certification in ed law and has experience, they're going to be commanding a salary at or above that, would be my guess.
Well, and that's
I would if I were.
That's
if I
the
were
real
seeking
problem
that.
is the experience.
It's not-
Finding the experience is the problem.
There are some attorneys out there who are not board certified, who still practice in this area and do this type of work. But I would feel comfortable saying that's probably what you're going to end up paying for somebody in-house to do it.
But they're gonna be able to answer a lot more questions than are going to you.
You might get much more time out of them
Right.
because
Right.
they're not, yeah.
Well, that's at the direction of the superintendent, because if he wants the principals elevating those to the appropriate director level person, it's not going to go to even a staff attorney until Dr. Featherstone says, yeah, we need to get the attorney involved. And that's when they sit down and have that discussion, not we're going to have long discussions with everybody along the way.
Okay, so based on what I'm hearing, and it's kind of like what I thought, it's pretty obvious that we got multiple attorneys. That is not necessarily a bad thing because they all have their specialties. When you look at the costs, what we're paying and what we could be paying, I think we're getting a good deal. I like all of them. We get along with them. Is there a problem? If it is, let's fix it. If it's not, can we think about something else and move on? Because I really don't know why we're beating this one. I really don't.
Well, because we need to delineate the duties.
Well,
of the
now
attorneys.
that may be
That's
the
what we
thing.
need
I
to
agree.
do.
So can we just do that
Sure.
and move on? Because
Sure.
I don't think we got a problem here.
Sure, okay.
Having multiple attorneys is not a bad thing. Let's just decide what we want them to do, and if they don't do it, then they're gone.
Okay.
And I'll work on with as we start the new year with principals. When we transition, I'll make sure that we have a session. We'll have one planned where they know I'll make sure I talk with them that if they're not feeling something, I want them to. I want them to really feel supported.
It's not just
Well,
principals, think about all your
Right.
staff.
I would just think that a good starting point would be for Dr. Millay to sit down with Sniffen and Spellman and say, here's their scope of work, so that everybody knows what that is. And then we know that, like, Tony comes to our board meetings and what is he gonna do in addition to board governance? What is he gonna do in addition to that? Disciplinary hearing, whatever it's gonna be. And then we know Tyson does our real estate stuff. So, that was pretty easy, or fills in for our board attorney.
Okay, so is everybody comfortable? Dr. Millay will meet with each of these different attorneys. We'll figure out what scope of work and come up with a plan that says, okay, this is what,
And I think now that he knows that won't be a problem. He can streamline this stuff and let everybody know.
but it's not
what's
just
going on.
him, it's also for us.
Yeah,
So that we
us.
know that
No,
when we have a
absolutely.
question, that we're calling the right person for our answer, and we're not, so that,
I just call them all until I get the answer I want. Just kidding.
Well, all the more.
yeah, that's
That's
part
the
of
beauty of
it.
having 3 attorneys, right?
Part of the issue, yeah. Okay, so we've got that solved then? You understand where we're going with that? All right, so anything else on this agenda? Nope. Let's see. Yes, Mr. George.
I will be very short. I love that Mr. Harmon didn't follow me up as we were discussing this.
Okay.
Just so you all are reassured, any level that is reaching a point where both of us are beginning to get engaged, we have on multiple occasions, we pick up the phone to each other. We make sure that there is not 2 different legal opinions going out.
I was just kidding about that.
No, but it wasn't that. It's when things get to the point that there could be 2 of us being questioned, if we become aware of it, we pick up the phone to the other one to make sure that there is a unified position both for Dr. Millay and for you all as a board.
Right, but the point I'm getting to is, so for example, we've got hearings coming up, and you two have both been involved with people for those so both of you are then at a point where I have to look at, okay, now I can't even look at you. If it had all gone to one of you, right, then the other one would still have a seat at the table. But because it went to both of you, you guys are now like knocked out of the room, and then we've got to look around and say, okay, where do we go from here? And come up with something else for somebody who doesn't, I mean, we don't want to be in a position where we're doing a quasi-judicial hearing and where their attorney or their defense is then saying, wait, so have you talked to any of these school board members? And so therefore, I think that you should be disqualified for doing that. How can you be impartial because you've done that, you know? So I think that that's the piece where when you're talking to both sides at the same time, you know, you've talked to both parties, right? That then what happens is neither of you can help us now.
So our discussions are on how the law applies, and that there is, for instance, the administrative appeal process. What are the rights that you all have in this process? The details of any given employee or student discipline issue. One, we are covering the subject matter, not going into the details.
I understand that, but when you've talked to both parties, when you've talked to the ruling body, the legislative ruling body, and then you've also talked to the person who's bringing their case before the ruling body, right? That you've now talked to both sides. So since you've now talked to both sides, how can you then be an impartial person who hasn't talked to both sides, because you talked to both? That's the point that I'm getting to.
Well, and I think too, we've kind of, the authority, I think, of running those, I don't necessarily think we need to look at our policy on, is it the school board chair that kind of oversees that? But I was reading in one of the policies, so we need to just double check on that. So that we can clarify that, so that then you're running the meeting, or whoever's the chair at the time is running the hearing, and just the attorney's there for, procedural stuff, making sure we're following the law and the rules and the.
Which is fine, which I think is true, but I don't want but I think that needs to be a person who isn't involved in the process. That then you're just doing the procedural stuff and you're not involved in that process. Where you've spoken to both sides, discussed the case, told you about, well, you could do this, you could not do this, I've seen this, all that piece.
So can you iron it out outside of here then, or however you're gonna do it?
Yeah, but that's why we want the delineation, so when things like this come, we know that whether it's a school board member or whoever it is, that it goes to the appropriate person, whoever that appropriate person is, and that's the person, and the other person kind of can keep their hands clean and keep themselves out of it, so that if we need them to be doing something for us, they haven't gotten themselves in the middle of it.
And Mrs. Roberts, what I think we both want to clarify, neither of us are holding communications which would create a conflict of interest for either of us. We're talking about the process and the law. We're not going into the details of the individual case in a way that there would be a conflict. And within a quasi-judicial hearing, probably the best explanation for my role there is if you've got attorneys making evidentiary objections, then I understand the argument they're making because of my field, whereas I can advise you as chair or the board on those types of matters.
So let me just be clear, and then I'm really done. So I'm happy with all of you all. You're very professional. You're doing a good job. You're giving us a good deal. There was one attorney before I got here. They may have been doing a lot of stuff, but the only reason why somebody haven't bust the Martin County School District because of their attitude and the way they carried on and treated people is because they didn't have enough sense or money to do it. Because we would have been held liable for some things, okay? The other one we had that was here, something was just wrong with him. So we're in good shape, all right? Let's not make it a problem. It's not.
Where's my page of what to do tonight? Thank you. We're good. So we're adjourned at 8:22, and we're going back to the hinterlands. And I understand that, Mr. Payne, you ordered some pizza for us and sent it over there, correct? Thank you, we appreciate that. Where's my page of what I have to do tonight? Did you take it? It's sitting right there. It's folded in half. It says to do tonight.